world's masked by golden curtains. You're in it now. We're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelation's on the rise. From the shadows, light emerges, breaking through the veils of dark. 0 points and gravity converge, yeah. Guiding voices, revelation starts. Ancient whispers call. They're begging us to open our eyes. We stand tall, defying all their lies. Living it now, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelation's on the rise. Forbidden knowledge we dare to see, unveiling secrets, setting us free. In this epic we play our part with fearless hearts. In it now, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelation's on the rise.
In a lab, Mike does cracks the code tonight. Oh yeah, that's true. Wires and circuits to shine in neon light. Oh yeah, seen you creating power from the air. He smiles in delight. Mike does it right. Mike does all Mike, he's the one teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive. His hands, Mike does knows we're his biggest fans. Down in the basement, secrets start to glow. With Nathan Lulu in the show, oh brilliant team. Mike came from Faraday, we're letting knowledge flow. Energy streams. Mike does all Mike is the one teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive. His hands, Mike does knows we're his biggest fans. Years of thought, bringing dreams to life, turning theories into electric light. Mike and us, a journey to ignite. We've reached new heights. Mike does all Mike is the one teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive. His hands, Mike does knows we're his biggest fans.
In a town down south where the fireflies glow, there's a man named Michael with a vision to show. Billy told to go, he's got the spark, dreaming of a future that'll light up the dark. But on the other side, Bill Nye's on the rise with his laptop charts, he's cut down all the lines. And it's just fixed, it's all in the map. You can't pull from the ether, you're just chasing a path. But oh, Michael's rising like a morning sun. With the power of either, he will be outdone. Now stand up and shout, let the truth be affirmed. Feel the energy flow, let's change the world. as I spin, let the naysayers cry. Go spin fast in a heart full of fight. I'll show you the power that's hidden inside. Oh, Michael's rising like the morning sun. With the power of either, he will be outdone. Well, stand up and shout, let the truth be unfurled. Feel the energy flow, let's change the world. There's ever been.
Hate to that.
In the depths of the unknown, radio waves like dark shows, mysteries unrepacked and shown. Solutions defy what we know. Hidden truths we're never alone. Follow me down the rabbit hole. Secrets and binding codes. Breaking the mold, define control. Power bursts without a soul. In this digital catacomb, we spread the truth of the truly bold. Epics we uncover, forbidden undercover. Rise against the silence, breaking through defiance. Energy from the ether flow, quantum realms, the science of flow. Whispers from ancient echo, gravity's unhooked, let's go. Beyond the reach of their woe. Slowly when few ever come, bridge the gaps, all light shows. Rise against the silence, breaking through defiance. Synth waves crashing, hearts collide. Revolution of the mind. Let the codes and truths unwind. Illumination find. Forbidden undercover, rise against the silence, breaking through defiance.
Secrets and shadows, true quest to follow. Ancient designs, all lost to time. Eyes of the blind, rulers of kind. Knowledge unknown, locked in the throne. Tear the veil from the lies, truth will rise. Break the chains from our minds, free
In a world where innovation is stifled by greed and corruption, there lies a hidden truth that could revolutionize our way of life.
Lenny, what are you doing? Are you seriously pitching a new show right now? I didn't authorize this. My God, only 5 minutes into your new position as co-host, and you're already adding to my tight schedule.
Yes, sir, I manage that schedule. But I did notice you have an entire 2 days available during your week.
Wait, you're not talking about Saturday and Sunday, are you?
Of course, sir. You have 2 whole days where you're free to work on new content.
Lenny, those are my days off.
It's okay, sir. I know you'll manage just fine. I have faith in you.
Do robots have faith?
I do. I have faith that you won't screw it up again.
You know what? It's fine. Go ahead. I'll just build my cold fusion Lego set some other time.
It's Pond certified.
But I'm not telling them about my idea for a thunderstorm toilet. I'm gonna keep that baby close to my chest.
You know, that just sounds wrong.
It's a good idea. A toilet capable of turning any toxic human waste into, well, it turns into petroleum jelly.
Why petroleum jelly, sir?
You know what? I'm not sure. I don't think it's calibrated correctly.
Enough is enough. The world is at a breaking point. Catastrophic climate change, biosphere collapse, and a global energy crisis have been met with apathy, denial, and despair. The phrase unidentified flying object is a deliberately obfuscating term. What it really is an alternative energy and propulsion device. This is the real reason for the secrecy. These technologies, if they were disclosed, would end fossil fuels, pollution, and poverty overnight, and usher in a new era of abundance, freedom, and peace. Instead, they have been kept secret for over 100 years.
The more powerful the agency, the more powerful the group, the more powerful the cartel, the more they will resort not only to legal means, but to extra legal means to suppress their competition.
I said pretty early on, the problem is suppression. It wasn't really how do I make a free energy machine. It's how do I not get suppressed? Because what's the point?
Microscopic ball lightnings that when they discharge are tapping into that 0-point energy field and creating the motive force.
Boom! That's why the concussion from the thunderclap is so huge. There's this huge amount of energy, and it's actually sourced from the vacuum energy. All the dots connected. This is what's happening, right? So we need to make the thunderclap engine.
Imagine a future where clean, sustainable energy is not just a dream, but a reality. Discover the countless untold stories of free energy devices and the relentless battle against those who seek to suppress them for their own gain.
Black shelving. So someone comes along, they offer you $20 million for your device, it's a corporation, they put it on a shelf. Boom.
This power is something I have given my life for you the people.
Uncover the shocking tactics used by energy industries to control the narrative and maintain their grip on power.
You don't interfere with the big, powerful people. You don't put them out of business. They still have those 50-year leases on the lines and all the power transformers.
Environmental Protection Agency is a bit of a dictatorial police agency.
A shadowy government with its own Air Force, its own Navy, its own fundraising mechanism, and the ability to pursue its own ideas of the national interest, free from all checks and balances, and free from the law itself.
This is real, usable power. It's stable. It is not transient. It is not noise. Behind the lamps, that little box is putting out all of that power, well over 500 watts, and yet it is receiving less than 1/3 of a milliwatt of input power. The rest of that power is coming out of the surging energy of the vacuum, and this little box that you see right here, solid state, no moving parts, is the vacuum triode that's doing this very practical and historical work.
But indeed, it put out more energy than it took in.
He was shot at once with a silenced rifle from about 300 yards. It reads like a James Bond movie, but it's real.
There are men here that said they're FBI, and they got black vans, and they're taking all this equipment. What should I do?
It's called capture, where they try to rationalize away this problem and everything's fine.
From manipulation of patent authorities to infiltration of government agencies, the truth is stranger than fiction. But amidst the darkness, a glimmer of hope emerges in the form of renegade scientists and inventors who refuse to be silenced.
There is absolutely no question that T. Henry Morey had a system that produced about 50 kilowatts out of a 55-pound box.
In the shadows of capitalism's dark secrets, join us on a thrilling new show. Get ready to be inspired, enraged, and empowered as we delve into the benefactor's guide to free energy devices.
Only on Beneficence TV.
All right, welcome back everybody to yet another electrifying episode of the Benefactor's Guide to Free Energy Devices, where we dive into the cutting edge, the unexplained, and the outright revolutionary in the world of alternative energy. I'm your host, the Benefactor. Today's episode is pretty incredible. We have my simplified explanation of Richard Vialle's paper on cold current. We also have some electrifying updates regarding the lumin lamp and the lightning thief. We will dive into our interactive mini lab to do an exclusive and never before attempted experiment, a replication of Michel's experiment that I'm going to be calling the positive feedback test. More information on that in a bit. Upon request from a new viewer, TableGore13, I will also be going over the entire process of how to set up a dual thief properly. As we've discussed before, I believe that the dual thief setup is our best chance at closing the loop in our system. The Lightning Thief is a device that is redefining what we thought possible with off-the-grid energy management. If you love simplified lectures on complex fringe science, breakdowns on my open-sourced energy recycling system, and interactive labs that you can participate in, then grab your popcorns and buckle up, because this episode is going to be epic. Alright, just a quick reminder. All of this technology is hereby dedicated to the public domain under the CC 01.0 Universal License. So these devices that we create on this channel are all under the public domain dedication. So that includes the Lightning Thief or the Modified Joule Thief circuit, the Green Machine Pulse Motor System, the Lumin Lamp with swappable coils, the Resonance Relay Extension Wire, the Paradox Box, BeneficenceTV Vortex Coils, the Fusion Coil, and the Caduceus Coil, and more coming soon. By placing these works in the public domain, we affirm that anybody is free to use, modify, distribute, and improve upon these technologies without restriction. No patents, trademarks, or other exclusive rights may be claimed on these designs. These innovations are meant to remain open source and freely available to benefit all. So absolutely no patents allowed. Any attempt to patent or restrict the use of my work is against the spirit of open innovation and will be publicly challenged. Another caveat here is when using or citing the work, you should not imply endorsement by me or the author in general. The point I just made is crucial. Unless I have explicitly endorsed a specific version of my invention, please don't imply that I have endorsed any modifications or adaptations of those devices. I am open to evaluating someone's work on modifying my designs, but unless I have made a clear statement of endorsement, it should never be assumed or communicated that I have approved of the modified version. Always look for the benefactor's seal of disapproval. Why disapproval? Well, because the world is in its current state has reached a level of such disappointment to me where, despite the potential of these free energy devices, I'm compelled to offer my endorsement to innovations that should already be on the market. Devices I created under circumstances of limited resources from a modest one-bedroom apartment and with personal sacrifices, all while living in poverty. Suffice it to say, I should not be the one to have to do this. But here I am, and I'm not stopping anytime soon. I enjoy the challenge, so the game, Miss Hudson, is on. Some real quick recent discoveries and updates. You might be aware of these if you've been following along on my podcasts and updates on the channel and Patreon. The Dual Thief open circuit. So, utilizing two Lightning Thief devices, one for a primary and one for picking up wireless energy from coil to coil, the open circuit output of the secondary Lightning Thief pickup device shows promise for recycling energy and closing the loop in our system. This is really cool. Recently, regarding this breakthrough, one of our interactive mini labs saw us manage to get over 200 volts out of the Dual Thief pickup method. Using the Dual Thief setup, which is just two modified Dual Thief circuits, each with their own coil, one primary hooked up to the source, the battery, and one secondary that's not. It's just being used as a pickup coil in conjunction and sitting below it. With a 12-volt 20-amp-hour battery as the source, this is a massive amount of voltage to pick up and not affect our lighting on the primary at all. However, I have not been able to replicate that 200-volt test since. We can, however, get around 30 to 80 volts on the pickup consistently, depending on the pickup configuration. Meaning we've tried different methods like rectifying, not rectifying, with capacitors, without capacitors. So there are different variations and methods we can do to up that 30, which is the default that just comes out of it, to around 80. Another update is the resonance relay, something that is really cool that was a discovery of Michel's. And specifically, this does go back to what Bedini emphasized in using diodes to redirect back EMF properly. A methodically placed high-speed diode with an extension wire to redirect some of the lost back EMF toward the load is what the purpose of the resonance relay is for. Again, the analogy I try to compare it to is, imagine you have water flowing through a tube, and the load, if it's not properly matched and it has an impedance mismatch specifically in the resonance circuit, since everything needs to be in proper unification and resonating properly, you basically have water flowing into a tube and then water flowing into a smaller tube, kind of restricting it and sending some of that energy and that wave backwards. So what this resonance relay, this diode does, is you place it on the positive wire of the load and direct that back EMF back towards the load just to capture some of the lost energy that may be redirected back towards the source simply because of an impedance mismatch of your load. Now, it doesn't mean that the system isn't efficient with an impedance mismatch or an improper load. It just means we have to properly recycle it. And that's kind of like the point with the some of the tests that we've been doing. And the next test that we're going to be doing for the first time in our interactive mini lab is the positive feedback test, which Michel says will reduce the current on the battery of the lumin lamp without affecting the light brightness at all. And we do have a lux meter, so we can test that out too. That's going to be cool. So again, this is just more ways of redirecting that back EMF and tuning the system so we recycle the energy more. Remember, we're trying to recycle our energy. Free energy isn't free. It's a mutual exchange, right? I've said this many, many times. Therefore, it is more accurate for me to actually refer to my system and what we aim to accomplish as energy recycling. Energy recycling fits more appropriately with the scientific principles we're utilizing. Remember, free energy is often a misnomer and implies a violation of the laws of thermodynamics, which it actually doesn't violate. Energy recycling is simply taking the back EMF that is otherwise grounded or wasted and recycling it in your system to produce more output than you have input. It is very, very simple. It's not that hard to understand if you follow along with my lectures. So, the Don Smith method. Yes, I'm not familiar with Don Smith, but I have heard his name before. Elijah said, my diode is reflecting enough to make neon bulbs flash from dead 12-volt batteries. That's so cool. What voltage are you reading in your dead battery specifically? Is it like reading like 9 volts or 10 volts or something like that? That's about the range that our lightning thief can go. Like, it'll go all the way down to like 10 or 9 volts on the battery. For some reason, after that, the battery it'll keep going, but the battery just depletes really, really fast, and it's not good to do that. But I have run the battery way past 10 volts, and it's pretty remarkable, seeing as if you can not only increase the efficiency compared to a traditional inverter system, if you can increase the efficiency by recycling some of that energy, you're already getting efficiency over an inverter, right? But if you can drain that battery even more past what, most systems will accept, like the inverter won't run the LED panel past 12 volts. Once it reaches 12 volts, once the battery reaches 12 volts, the inverter just shuts down the LED panel completely. It does not light up at all. But this system will just keep going and going and going and going. So it's actually kind of dangerous for the battery if you're not careful and don't pay attention, unless you're trying to like condition the battery for negative energy. I think that might be a way. We're going to look into that in later episodes of the Guide to Free Energy. So right now, we're going to jump into the principles of the autogenerator, something that I love to talk about because Michelle has been talking about it, and it's important for us to kind of understand what's going on with something called cold current in these free energy systems. So this is a paper by Richard Vialle, but I've tried to simplify it for a general layman audience, including myself, because I wanted to understand it a little better as well. So in doing so, I'm sharing that simplification with you. So an introduction is the cosmic dance floor. What if I told you that electrons are like tiny dancers in a cosmic ballet, and their moves could revolutionize how we think about energy? So Richard Vialle's groundbreaking theory connects gravity and electromagnetism. Electrons, in his analysis, electrons are like ballroom dancers orbiting the nucleus, their dance partner. Sometimes they get closer, sometimes they twirl away, but the music, the energy, keeps them in sync. So we're going to look at the Bohr's atom in Act 1. When looking at the Bohr's model of the atom, we see a fractal nature where electrons orbiting the nucleus are actually exhibited like planets around the sun. So Vialle's twist here is that electrons aren't just orbiting, they're pulsating. Their speed and distance fluctuate like a dancer speeding up and slowing down. Some key concept here is the electron's electric mass and how it's tied to gravity. Imagine the electron is on a swing. When it swings closer to the nucleus, the swing pivots. It speeds up. When it swings out, it slows down. This pulsating happens at a specific rhythm. 16.7 million times per second, or 16.7 megahertz. So let's talk about the cold current shuffle. In Vialle's theory, a magnetic field can remix the electron's dance, changing its orbital radius. It's kind of like changing the beat of the song. The superspace coefficient is the amplifier of the electron's pulsation. The bigger it is, the more energy we can extract. So what exactly is cold current? Well, if you can imagine, electrons aren't moving through the material like in a normal current. Instead, they're all oscillating in sync, like a perfectly choreographed flash mob. Again, it's like resonance plays a key role here. So the free energy dream. What are the implications of cold current? This cold current could lead to energy systems with minimal heat loss, like superconductors at room temperature, like you see with some of these successful implications of the Ha and Rodin coil systems. Some of these vortex coils have the ability to act as kind of superconductors at room temperature. Potential applications of this are free energy devices, ultra-efficient power grids, and maybe even a new industrial revolution. Yes, you heard it, a new industrial revolution. A caveat here is that this is still theoretical. While we are testing systems like this, we still need precise experiments to make it real. We don't really even fully understand cold current, and it may even be an aspect or even the same thing as cold electricity in general. There is still so much we have yet to understand. So a quick recap is, in Vialle's theory, when electrons pulsate, cold current flows, and energy could be revolutionized. So what if the next big breakthrough in energy is hiding in the rhythm of an electron's dance? Stay curious, stay tuned, and keep questioning the universe's choreography while we transition into Michelle's cold current video, and then we're going to go to a quick intermission before I go into a refresher on the Lightning Thief and a breakdown of the entire system of the Dual Thief. I'm going to show you exactly how we set it up, and then later we're going to do an interactive mini lab, which is going to be really fun. So I will be posting Michelle's bench, which is Michelle's YouTube channel, in the chat momentarily. I highly suggest you go over to his channel. He's a new channel, so he needs some support, but he's an absolute genius. He is the man behind the lumin lamp, behind the modified excitation circuit that we're using for the Lightning Thief. He's behind a lot of these cool circuits that we've been utilizing and that I've been messing with and experimenting and trying to tune for efficiency. So if you are inclined to learn more about some of these systems in circuits, please go over and subscribe to Michelle's bench. And while you're at it, if you haven't subscribed to my channel or hit the like button or even commented, please do one or all of those things. It's greatly appreciated, and it helps out the channel, especially if you are not able or not in a position to actually help fund our research with super chats and all that. Just simply commenting, hitting the like button, or sharing, watching for a few minutes, staying through an ad for a few seconds, that all helps out. And they're all things that you can do to participate in funding my research, which is greatly appreciated because I am on a shoestring budget doing this stuff. It has been a struggle, but there have been lots of people who have been helping me out along the way, including Michelle, who just sent me a whole host of PCB boards to get the lumin lamps in stock for you guys to buy soon. Yes, that's right, the lumin lamps will be available soon, sooner than the Lightning Thief, because we have all most of the components to put together those for you. So more information on that coming soon. So if you'd like to actually stay up to date with that information, I highly suggest you subscribe to not only my YouTube, but my Patreon, which is linked in the description, and also my YouTube members only section, where I drop some members only freebies. Usually they're just timed, delayed video releases where you get the breakthroughs and information on the open source technology first. I don't really keep anything behind a paywall. I want this information out, but I do have to fund some of my research, and this is a way that I've kind of decided to do it without holding back any of the information from the general public. I just want those who have the ability to help fund my research to have some of those first-hand and first glance materials to say thank you. So let's watch Michel's video. Let me put his I'm gonna put this in the chat. This is Michel's bench. I'm gonna put in the chat here for you guys. That's his YouTube channel. So I do have to go check on the battery charger too while we load up this video. It's charging my 12-volt battery, so it's ready for testing. What we're gonna do in the interactive mini lab also is we're gonna actually finally test the inverter for its proper efficiency. We've been able to gauge it, but to actually see the exact efficiency of the inverter, what's going in, what it's pulling from the battery and what it's going into the LED panel, we're going to need to actually charge up the battery fully, because it doesn't last long, like a little under 10 minutes. So we're going to check the current on the input and output of that for our interactive mini lab. So I got to go check on the battery and make sure it is not overcharging in a second. Let me load up this video over here. There we go. So this is Michel explaining what cold current is.
I've had some really good questions. People asking what is cold current and what is it good for. So cold current is an effect that was noted and discovered by a man called Monsieur Richard Vialle. And this researcher, technician, discovered this effect, and he decided to call this current cold current. And the reason why he called it cold current is because on this side here, with just a function generator and a coil on top of this.
Thanks for stopping by, Elijah.
This side here, this is classical physics, where you have hot energy going through, so you have a Joule effect. So there is a friction or heat happening in the wire. So this is causing heat in the system. But what was researched and found over 25 years of research is that there is no Joule effect going in this side of the demonstration test. It's more like a test device, if you like. So it's a version 1 prototype where it was created just as a proof of concept. So we know a little bit what is cold current. We know that cold current, basically, there's no Joule effect happening in this side of the wire. To explain it a little bit more as to what is cold current, I'm only gonna say what I've read from the papers, and then if you want to know more, I'll add in the video description some links to reports of Jean-Louis Naudin, who's a researcher also, and he's made an extensive report on what's happening here, l'effet Vialle, or cold current, there are also physicists and researchers and technicians who have also written papers on academia with their theory, l'effet Vialle. So if you go on academia and you search for l'effet Vialle, you will find a lot of paper related to this theory of what is happening. But I'm going to give you a little bit more information as to what is happening. Is the side here, when the magnetic field builds up, the researchers have discovered that this is actually a scalar magnetic field that is building up on those sides. And the second element that is occurring, or the second thing that is occurring in the system, is that the copper itself is releasing free electrons. So the free electrons with the scalar magnetic fields create this Cold current effect. The key here of this system is that piece of plastic here that Monsieur Vialle discovered, and it cuts the path for the cold current to go back, if you like, and stay in this area. So it's sort of a way to force the cold current or the fields to build up on that side and come back on the other side here. So that's what is cold current. I'll put some links in the video description to read a lot more about it. There are books written about this, and I've given you the simple answer. So those are quantum fields happening in front of us. There was another question asking if the black wire is disconnected, the light intensity would get brighter. And but it's exactly the opposite, actually. The black wire is actually required for the brightness of the light to go brighter. So I'm going to show you this. So here the black wire is disconnected. So what we have here is just a black and red wire, but it's really just mostly black wire that goes to this inductor, and then the inductor is connected back to the black wire here, which then goes back to the connection of the copper pipe. So I'm going to turn the light off. I'm going to zoom in. I'm going to show you that the brightness of the light goes brighter when this is connected. It will only ever go slightly brighter because I don't have much voltage, I don't have much power going in the system, but it's just to show you that there is more power going to the light bulb when we connect the black wire. So hopefully you can see that. I'm going to connect it now. Here we go. Disconnected, connected, disconnected, connected. So we can see that there is more current going to the light when the actual wire is shorted. So this is what I wanted to show you.
Is cold current better than hot current?
Other questions asking,
good question.
What is this energy good for? Well, this energy is the energy of tomorrow, and I'll probably sound like a scratched record disc because this energy was mentioned in the papers over 25 years ago, and 25 years ago it says.
Real quick, just a quick breakdown of the device to auto-generate there, the coil. It's very simple. It's just a copper tube, or actually two copper tubes separated with a dielectric insulation and one wire wrapped all around it. So it's a very simple device. It's got two terminals, one at either end. It's stupidly simple.
It would be the energy that we use in the year 2000. Ironically, and I think
Michel does have a tutorial on how to build it as well on his channel. It just takes time
for the community and everyone to sort of accept discoveries. And because now we've accepted that scalar wave have been proven, replicated, they exist. And I
Hey,
think
the Black
the public
Panther,
is more
thank you for your
open-minded
super
to
chat.
understand that.
We really appreciate all the super chats tonight. They really help out with our research here.
Okay, so we know scalar fields exist, we know scalar wave exists, we know scalar magnetic field exists. So suddenly now it's more comprehensible what's happening here, and it makes much more sense nowadays to actually go ahead and use this kind of energy rather than using the hot energy. There are a lot of benefits of using this kind of energy. It's up to you to actually read the papers and understand what of amazing benefits are available to use this energy. I'm only here just really to introduce you this information.
By the way, nice voiceover editing work, Michel. I haven't seen this video yet. This is the first time I'm watching it. He is clearly picking up tricks as most of us do while we're learning the editing process, and very professional cuts here. So I'm impressed with the evolution of your editing skills, Michel, and I'm excited to see how they evolve more.
And those discoveries, because they're just too important to be forgotten. So we need to replicate those as much as we can. We need to talk about those as much as we can, this cold current, and we need to help increase awareness and understanding that this is the technology we need to go and start using.
So that is Michel's Bench, his YouTube channel. Go subscribe to Michel's Bench. He has a lot of amazing stuff. We will be stocking his lumin lamp soon at the Coil Kits Lab Shop, so stay tuned for that. I will show you right here. This is the lumin lamp. It's powered by a 9-volt battery, or you can, well, we'll probably have adapters, so you can have a wall adapter as well. As you can see, I attached a American version of the socket. It's an E27. And I have a 0.6 watt bulb attached. The wire came out. So the 0.6 watt bulb actually seems like it might be the most efficient because, again, when you're utilizing the back EMF or the negative, the cold energy, it's all potential, right? It's going to be very, very low current. You can convert that potential back into current, back into hot energy if you want to, but it's going to be very low current. So it's going to be able to utilize and maximize the energy efficiency and recycle that energy in the best way possible. The wire keeps on falling out. These jumper cables are a little weak. The battery is actually kind of dead too, so let's see if I can put this down. I might have to tape the other one. I taped one of the wires because they keep on falling apart. These the Arduino jumper wires are kind of weak. And the battery is half dead, so it might have died. But this is the lumin lamp. It has a swappable coil. This is utilizing the Caduceus coil. The other one, which I'll show you later in the interactive mini lab, is utilizing the fusion coil. You can swap them out very easily, well, semi-easily. We're going to make it a little bit easier in the future. But these ones, they're not too difficult to put together. But for those, we're going to sell the kits. But obviously we'll sell the kits, and for those who people who don't want to build it, don't have time, or don't have the skills, just want to, nice little lamp, night light, we'll have those available pre-made for you guys. But I want to have a few of them stockpiled, so when we open the lab kits, the Coil Kits Lab Shop, they'll be available for you guys. and they're not going to be green. I'm thinking that the final design will be a glow-in-the-dark version. I'm still going to test. We might be able to get a, let's see, we might be able to get a black light, screw it in, and then you can charge up your glow-in-the-dark plastic that way. I am also considering utilizing the method that Sean utilized, Sean Calderon. He utilized copper tubes instead of wires. So he used copper tubes and they fit his components easier, and it seemed like it would fit a more Nikola Tesla inspired theme punk style lamp. So that's kind of what I want to go for the consumer version for you guys. So again, the green isn't going to be the final color unless you want a green version. We'll have to do some polling on that. So right now, just a friendly reminder of the anti-sellout disclaimer of our channel. A reminder to all our viewers out there, this channel is proudly brought to you by nobody. No corporate overlords, no shady deals. This channel is brought to you by, well, you, the people. If you like what we do here, smash the like, drop a comment, and if you really want to fuel the next industrial revolution, check out our Patreon and YouTube memberships. I'll be dropping ads at the top of the hour to help fund the page, so please, if you don't mind watching them for just a few seconds before skipping them, that helps the channel out tremendously. You don't have to watch the full thing, but usually the shorter ads, if you watch at least 15 seconds, that gives me a little bit of ad money, and then also the longer ads, if you watch about 30 seconds of them, I believe those are the metrics. So we're going to transition into an intermission, and then we're going to go over a refresher on the Lightning Thief devices, what are vortex coils, and the dual thief setup, how to do it completely here, from start to finish, right here on Beneficence TV, only here on Beneficence TV.
Tonight. Oh yeah, that's true. Wires and circuits that shine in neon light. Oh yeah, seen you creating power from the air. These smiles and delight. Oh yeah. Mike does it right. Hey. Mike does all my keys to one. Teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun. Trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans. Down in the basement, secrets start to glow. Oh yeah. With Nathan and Lulu in the show. Oh, brilliant team. Mike came from Faraday. We're letting knowledge flow. Energy streams. Mike does all my keys to one. Teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun. Trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans. Years of thought, bringing dreams to life. Turning theories into electric light. Mike and us, a journey to ignite. Oh yeah. We've reached new heights. Hey. Mike does all my keys to one. Teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun. Trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans.
circuits, unraveling through the miles. Oh, truth was masked by golden curtains. You didn't know we're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelations on the rise. From the shadows, light emerges, breaking through the veils of dark. 0 points in gravity converge, yeah. Dying voices, revelation start. Ancient whispers call. They're begging us to open our eyes. We stand tall, defying all their lies. Even in now, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelations on the rise. Forbidden knowledge we dare to see, unveiling secrets, setting minds free. In this epic, we play our part with fierce hearts. You didn't know we're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelations on the rise.
In the depths of the unknown, radio waves like dark shows, mysteries unrepacked and shown. Solutions defy what we know, hidden truths we're never alone. Follow me down the rabbit hole, secrets and binding codes, breaking the mold, defying control. Power bursts without a soul. In this digital catacomb, we spread the truth of the truly bold.
Epics we uncover, forbidden undercover. Rise against the silence, breaking through defiance.
Energy from the ether flow, quantum realms, the science of flow. Whispers from ancients echo, gravity's unhooked, let's go. Beyond the reach of their woe, floating with you ever cold, bridge the gaps, all light shows. Pioneer, on we roll, past the famous space show. This is solving our road.
Epics we uncover, forbidden undercover. Rise against the silence, breaking through defiance. Synth waves crashing, hearts collide. Revolution of the mind. Let the codes and truths unwind. Illumination find. Epics we uncover, forbidden undercover. Rise against the silence, breaking through defiance. I wandered all alone, casting whispers, blinding chains, demons of my own. Toxic death flame, down spread on my frail soul. I once feared my mirror, haunted by my role. But in the echoes of my cries, just still I emerge, guiding me to where my true results are. Now I rise from the shadows with wings of fire I ascend, free from the chains of sorrow, while this path of forever defend. Shattered glass beneath my feet, scars I wear but dry. Stormy nights just turn to dawn, where truth that's my guide. Anxiety's dissolved in the sun's coming in ray. You see my destiny through time and space. The fears that once too soon now they take. For in my heart a new world is proclaimed. Now I rise from the shadows with wings of fire I ascend, free from the chains of sorrow, on this path I'll forever defend. With symmetry I found the power, blessed stranded by the hour. Together we will carve away. Revolution calls and I'm not strong. Now I rise from the shadows with wings of fire I ascend, free from the chains of sorrow, on this path I'll forever defend.
In basal lab alone with my mind, stable theories they all refuse to find. I've been working on energy for a brand new day, but even in the crowd I've still been cast away. Alienated from the aids of that inventor in disguise, ideas ahead of time dismissed with narrow eyes. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world you can't deploy, changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his point. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Talking about 0 point, the points lost on them. Kevin structures crumbling from the same old stem. They laugh like I'm crazy, but I see it all so clear. Exploited labor under injustice burning ears. Fighting for a change in this wasteland of noise, but they call me foolish words, ancient boys. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world you can't deploy, changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his point. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice?
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the Benefactor's Guide to Free Energy Devices. We've got some wonderful chats here. I appreciate all of you guys. Hello, Cody. Welcome. Welcome. Sorry to see you go, Elijah. I hope you are able to return to this podcast at some point in the near future. We have some vital information to go over and some fun interactive mini labs to do. So, with that, alright, so we're going to do a quick refresher on the Lightning Thief device. But first, we need to lay the groundwork of the Lightning Thief, which is the Vortex Coil. Vortex coils are essentially an extension of Tesla's work. Inspired by Nikola Tesla's wireless energy ideas, Daniel Nunez himself described his work with the ABHA coil as a Tesla pancake coil that is wound in a three-dimensional toroidal pattern. He took Tesla's original work and simply applied the vortex algorithm to the surface of the torus to adapt Tesla's original two-dimensional winding pattern into something that relates more to the way energy flows, using information that Tesla might not have had immediate access to in his time. While VBM, or vortex-based mathematics, has been referenced in the ancient past, specifically in a Sanskrit text, it is unclear if Tesla had direct knowledge of the vortex-based math methodology. It is also worth noting that Marco Rodin has made the subject of vortex math more popular since his entrance to the spotlight in the late 70s. More and more people have had access to this new mathematical paradigm and now have the opportunity to apply it to their own research. Daniel and Erica Nunez of One Stop Energies were two researchers who did just that. Whether Tesla had access to it at some point or another is entirely up in the air for debate. This is due to the fact that as many as 20 whole trunks full of Nikola Tesla's vital research ended up missing shortly after his death. The FBI recorded that Nikola Tesla had around 80 trunks of belongings, but only 60 arrived in Belgrade. The missing trunks may have been kept by the government, meaning we may never truly know the full extent of what the man knew regarding the toroidal nature of free-flowing energy. So let's start with a quick refresher on the Lightning Thief device for those tuning in for the first time or for those who just need a quick update. The Lightning Thief isn't some gadget for stealing mythical thunder, though it is kind of divine in its own right, I have to say. At its core, the Lightning Thief is a highly efficient energy management system designed to stretch a battery's output to near mythical levels. Instead of a traditional power inverter, which chews up energy with massive losses, the Lightning Thief takes a different approach. Using high-frequency pulsing, resonance tuning, and the back EMF capture, it maximizes the usable energy from a standard battery. By working with the natural flow, the natural oscillations of the system, it steps up voltage while maintaining or even reducing current draw. Think of the back EMF coming back into the wire and trying to swim against the main current. When you're in resonance, I tell people to think of it like a surfer riding a wave rather than fighting against the ocean. Remember, you're collapsing the field and creating that back EMF that's opposing the forward current that created it. But when you resonate it with the system, it's like a surfer riding a wave rather than fighting against the current. The Lightning Thief is a modified Joule Thief circuit designed to maximize energy extraction from high-voltage, low-current sources. Its core principle is taking advantage of radiant energy effects and back EMF to drive loads more efficiently than traditional circuits. The backbone of this setup is my Mark I APA coil, as seen in this picture right here that I'm holding, the green one. This is our primary coil. It is the most efficient coil that I have. Our secondary coil is a toroidal coil wound around a bigger vortex frame. I call this the Christmas coil. Now, what makes the Christmas coil unique is that it's actually missing an entire loop around the torus, yet it still performs remarkably well. Mark I is driven by a high-frequency pulsed DC system, creating strong inductive effects. So connected to Mark I, we have the Lightning Thief circuit, which acts as the first stage in energy processing, stepping up the voltage while maintaining a relatively stable current. The load configurations have varied for us in experimentation, from a 40-watt LED panel to a much smaller 0.6-watt LED light bulb, which has proven to be a game changer if you've followed some of my research. In the photo here, you'll see the Lightning Thief, two Lightning Thief devices actually on the right, with the micro vortex coil, this cute little coil right here. Fits in the palm of your hand. What we want to do is put this coil inside a bigger version of this for the Green Machine pulse motor system to be an all-in-one system. But that's way in the future. That's probably not going to come till next year, ladies and gentlemen. That's a long ride down the road. I don't know what phrase I was going for there. But let's jump back into our refresher. So segment 2 is the updated version of the Lightning Thief system, which introduced a resonance relay, which in turn allowed the 0.6 watt bulb to actually start singing to us from the light bulb itself, which is very unique. Now, humming or singing of the circuit is not a unique phenomenon for the Joule Thief. It's supposed to do that. But coming from the light source itself, that's really interesting. I've never seen that before in all of my experimentation. I've never seen anybody report it before in their experimentation, except for maybe Daniel Nunez. So now here's where things get really wild. A simple diode, what I like to call a resonance relay, is basically a high-speed diode attached to an extension wire. It was able to double the brightness of our 40-watt LED panel without affecting the current draw. In fact, it may have even slightly reduced it on the draw of the battery while maintaining it to the load. That's a clue that we're dealing with some kind of energy recycling effect here, ladies and gentlemen. This is very unique for our system. But here's where the real showstopper takes place. Switching the load from a 40-watt panel to a 0.6-watt LED bulb introduces an entirely new phenomenon. The system stabilized at 10 milliamp draw all around, from the battery to the coil output, and even the Lightning Thief output to the load. And then the light bulb started to sing. So this is interesting because when we're switching loads here, we're seeing a lot of current draw from the battery compared to what's going out into the load. But as soon as we switch to the 0.6 watt LED bulb, the current draw from the battery stabilizes at around 10 milliamps, exactly what it needs for the load. Very interesting. And it's stepping up the voltage too. So this is all very interesting, okay? It might only be getting like 1 milliamp to 2 milliamp loss in current. So the Joule Thief experiments in closing the loop. The next goal for testing is energy recycling by attempting to close the loop in the system. Now, what does this mean, closing the loop? Well, it means taking the extra energy that we have in our system and feeding it back into the battery. And if we have enough of that energy, we can actually theoretically get this to run until the parts themselves wear out, not indefinitely, not a perpetual motion machine, which is kind of like a intentional jab at free energy devices. So that's very interesting. We probably don't have enough to actually close the loop entirely, meaning make it run near indefinitely, you know, feed it enough energy to just keep on cycling over and over again until the parts wear out. We probably don't have enough energy to do that, but we have enough to slow it down, definitely. And I have utilized the Joule Thief method to see, specifically on an oscilloscope, what the waveform looks like on the battery's positive terminal compared to when it's not being fed that extra energy. And when I saw, I think I have the video here. I might play it in a second if I have it. But what I saw was a clear inductive spike on the negative, like a negative radiant spike. It wasn't a lot, but it was enough to say, hey, this is actually doing something. So that was very interesting. The Joule Thief setup is actually utilizing 2 Lightning Thieves. So you basically set up one Lightning Thief with the primary coil and the battery, and then you have, you know, your 40-watt LED panel, say, and that's all hooked up. And then underneath my Mark 1 is the Christmas coil, which is a little bit bigger. Mark 1 is sitting on top of the Christmas coil. It's not connected at all. It's just sitting on top of it, wirelessly inducing the energy from coil to coil. And it's utilizing around 30 to 80 volts from the pickup and it's not affecting the light at all. So this is extra energy that we might be able to feed back into the system if we can convert some of that voltage back into current. And that's what we're trying to do currently. But that's basically the dual thief setup. And when we introduce a dual thief setup and try to close the loop, here's how it works. The Lightning Thief 1 is directly wired to the battery, driving Mark 1 coil. Lightning Thief 2 is just a passive pickup. It's not connected to anything but its own coil. And it's sitting close by or on top or beneath the primary coil. And it's wirelessly receiving induction from the coil above it. And guess what? The Lightning Thief secondary, the Lightning Thief 2, produces around 30 to 80 volts output. We even got it to like 200, but I wasn't able to replicate that, as I noted earlier. So taking a cue from Mike from Faraday Research, I added a rectifier capacitor rectifier setup to convert the AC into DC and feed it back into the battery. But here's the catch. It turns out that the system was already producing pulsed DC, not AC. So after hours of tinkering, I found that adding capacitors between the rectifiers didn't help, but placing a capacitor in parallel with the load before rectification boosted voltage from 5 volts to 8.5 volts. But it's still not enough. So that's currently where we're at. We're going to talk a little bit about the 0.6 watt LED magic and the 61 volt phenomenon that goes along with it. So here's where things took an unbelievable turn. Instead of focusing purely on rectification, I decided to see how the system responded to different load capacitances. I brought in more 0.6 watt LED light bulbs. I added one more 0.6 watt bulb to the primary load, increasing the pickup coil voltage from 30 to 32 volts. So adding one more, so I had one 0.6 watt bulb, then adding one more, 2 total, brought that up 2 volts on the pickup. And I think I have a video here. Let's see if I have a link to it. Oh, yes. Okay, cool. Nope, that's not it. There we go. Cool. I finally got some extra 0.6 watt LED light bulbs. So I have 2 of them hooked up, and I'm going to plug in a third 40 watt panel, and check this out. Watch this. Okay, so this is the dual thief picking up wireless energy. You can see the HV being picked up from the coil, right? We detune it, and it goes off. So it's in tune, picking up 30 volts. Look at that. 30 volts DC, free energy. That's not affecting the light at all. So check this out. I just have the 2 6.6 watt LED light bulbs hooked up, just the 2, and then I'm going to plug in the 40 watt, and look what happens to the voltage on the pickup coil. Watch this. Okay, I'm going to plug this in. And look, it shoots up 2 volts to 32 volts when I plug that in. And then the light. So before I just had the 40 watt LED panel and 1.6 bulb. And then I put in 2 and I found this happened. Bulbs stay on. They stop blinking. So it's like the system kind of stabilized a little bit and increased the output for the dual thief. Pretty cool. And then the light bulbs stay on. They stop blinking. So it's like this. So that's not normal for these light bulbs either. They're supposed to kind of blink more on and off. This is them actually kind of staying on more than off, which is very unusual. I've never seen them do that in any other circumstance. Not even connected to the lumin lamps. It's very weird. The system kind of stabilized a little bit and increased the output for the dual thief. Pretty cool. Pretty cool indeed. So then I hooked up another 0.6 watt bulb to the output of the secondary lightning thief, the one that's picking up the extra energy. And boom, the output jumped from 32 volts all the way up to 48. Booyah! And then finally, I removed the 330 picofarad capacitor that had been sitting in parallel with it on the pickup lightning thief, and the voltage skyrocketed to 61 volts. So that capacitor wasn't the right capacitance. This is very cool. Very, very cool. I think I have a video here. I can, let's see. So I have right now the dual thief setup. I have two of these 0.6 watt LEDs. This one's hooked up, and this one's going to be hooked up in a second, but this is the only one hooked up right now. So the one that's in the foreground, the one that's sitting on top of that black bench there in the foreground, real close to me, that's not on, that's the one that's going to be hooked up to the secondary lightning thief, the second, the pickup coil. So this is very interesting because this is the second load. This is not, connected to the primary coil or the battery at all. And we hook it up and it doesn't even affect the lighting on the primary. It's insane. So we have one hooked up to the primary and the 40 watt, and the second one is just hooked up to the secondary right here, not hooked up to the power. So we're normally getting, and again, we have the high voltage as indicated by the neon lamp, 31 with just one. Now we're going to screw this in to the secondary, meaning if that neon lamp wasn't there, we'd be getting probably at least 80 volts more than what we're seeing. Because that neon protection bulb is there lighting up, we're not seeing all that. Not yet, at least. And watch this. As we screw this in, it jumps up to 43. Ooh, doesn't light up. But the voltage jumps up to 43. That's so cool. Screw it back in. Back out. Back in. So Cody says, that's what I was working on today. Could this be scaled up for lead acid battery? That's actually what we're utilizing, Cody, is a 12 volt, 20 amp hour lead acid battery. And that's what is recommended for this setup. You can use other battery sources, but I do recommend a 12 volt, 20 amp hour or more battery. Or a 24 volt battery. But that might actually be what we need to. Let's plug this. Yeah, that might actually be what we need to power the 40 watt panel fuller, like more brighter. Maybe not 100%, but we probably could increase that by just changing our source, now that I think about it, to a 24 volt. So that's dangerous though, just because the Mark I is so efficient at stepping up the voltage. And its tendency, these coils' tendency to produce ozone at extremely low voltages, like we're talking 300 to 400 volts, and they could produce ozone. It's a dangerous route to take, especially doing all this from a mini lab in a 1-bedroom apartment. And my girlfriend, I don't want to risk probably getting a 24 volt battery. Using that as the source at this moment. The 12 volt seems to be fine for now, but in the future, when I am able to escape this shithole, hopefully we can continue those more intense experiments. Let's see. think I have another video. Yes, I do have another video. Let's see. Let's pull it up. Pull it up. Just another video, part 2. It's at 60 volts. This is screwed in. We're going to unscrew this now and watch what the voltage jumps down to. We're unscrewing it. Jumps all the way down to 2 volts. And then we just plug in the simple. So I need to figure out how I can measure what the capacitance is of that light bulb. If anybody knows an easy way to do that, if I can measure the capacitance of these light bulbs, I can figure out exactly what kind of capacitor I need for these systems and not have the energy be wasted in the light bulb lighting up. You know what I mean? So that might be what we can do in some future testing as well. The current or the battery draw, and see if it's actually taking more from the battery. But yeah, the current looks like it's going down. Like, WTF. Yeah, what the fuck is right? WTF, ladies and gentlemen, WTF. So do I have a picture of the yes. So here's the resonance relay. So as you can see, it's just a simple diode, a UF4007 diode, soldered to 2 jumper cables, Arduino jumper cables, acting as a jumper, extension wire, jumper wire. And you can see I marked it with the energy direction flow. I would recommend marking it before you heat it up, heat the shrink the insulation up, and it'll pretty uniformly shrink it down for you and maintain this shape. And here's some merchandise that we have available if you guys are interested in helping support our research and also getting something fun. Like there's BeneficenceTV poster. We have a whole host of fun t-shirts and a couple of mugs. We have the plasmoid unification model, which we sell at cost. I don't want to make any money off that. I just want you guys to have access to that one. It's not mine, it's Malcolm's. I do like his work, but I've only sold one. I think Victor was the only one who bought one so far, so I can't say exactly how it turned out. I think he said it turned out good, but again, I haven't seen it for myself, how that poster turned out. So if anybody grabs that, make sure you send me an email and let me know. Send me some pictures or something. And here's our Patreon. I'm actually going to post my Patreon in the chat for you guys right now, because it is the best way to support my research, support my channel, specifically with all of the rhetoric going around about shutting down, progressive media outlets. This is a progressive media outlet, and we are at risk of being censored. So if that happens, Patreon is our best shot at getting back up and running. Now, let's go into our final video here. I think we have a part 3. Yes, we do have a part 3. Let's go into the final video here. One more for you. So we have 37 milliamps coming out of the battery, and then 59 volts coming out of the secondary pickup. So check this out. We unhooked the 330 picofarad capacitor from the open circuit pickup. Unhook it. Just unhook it, and look it spikes up to 68. So we didn't need it. We might not need it. It might be the wrong one. And not only that, the current drops down a single milliamp to 36. So I thought that was very fascinating. Everything's still running. So I have a couple more videos I want to show you guys before we jump into our next intermission and get ready for our mini lab here. Give me one moment and I'm gonna find a couple of videos that I wanted to send or show you guys. Sorry, I think it's, yes, okay, so here we have, we have 125, here we have Michel's diode secret. We have 125 milliamp. So this is a video showing you in real time how I was able to increase the brightness while kind of maintaining the system and not pulling out any extra energy. Really cool. And look how what it's doing is it's just capturing some of the back EMF and redirecting it back to the light. So this is what the light looked like before Michel's diode secret, the resonance relay. This is before we attached the resonance relay. Dimly lit, that is. That's not with the diode. So we have 125 milliamps coming out of the battery. Now we hook up the diode. Hey, Mike. Phone for a second. Good to have you with us. Good to have you here, buddy. So what I'm doing is just attaching the relay to the positive wire of the load. All right, the diode is hooked up. And look at, it goes down to 40 milliamps. And it gets way brighter, look at that. That's very cool. It's like, it's about twice as bright, a little bit more. So about 7 to 8 milliamps. Sometimes it goes up to 10, depending on the position of the meter. See it kind of goes up and down. Meter's not exactly accurate. And there might be some interference. But in general, we get about 7 to 10 milliamps coming out. Just hook this right back up again. It jumps back up. We have 125 milliamps, and look how dimly lit that is. That's not with the diode. So we have 125 milliamps, so about 7 to 8 milliamps. Sometimes it goes up to 10. It goes down to 40 milliamps. So I want to emphasize the importance of that here. We were getting 125 milliamps drawing from the battery, and then we doubled, a little bit over doubled the brightness while reducing that down to 40. So that is really important to emphasize. It's really cool. So Cody says, trying to figure out how to probe this 3-phase smart drive washer motor. You know, Mike might have some ideas there. He's done some work with three-phase motors, I believe. Mike, if you have any insight that you can give Koti, please let us know, and that would be awesome. We're here to network. Let's see. We're going to watch a couple more videos before I go into the next section. We have one more section before, or one more segment to do before our interactive mini lab, where you guys will be able to participate and, you know, ask questions or make suggestions, all that good jazz. Let's see. We have we All right, here's the other video I wanted to show you guys. This is another configuration that I recently discovered that I haven't really delved into experiment-wise other than this kind of short video where I demonstrate that you can actually have 3 Lightning Thief devices hooked up with 2 coils. So what I did was I figured out that you only need 1 channel, or technically it's 2 channels, but you only need 2 wires from the coil for the Lightning Thief device to output its high voltage. So I thought, okay, I have a bunch of these devices. Let me hook up 2 of them to the secondary coil. And this is what I termed the thruple thief setup. So this is the new connection setup called the thruple thief, where we have 1 primary hooked up to the primary coil and battery, and the other 2. Hey, Elias the Cool is here. He says, if you need help in the lab, I will be here. Yes, all the help is greatly appreciated. That's why I do interactive mini labs, because I want us to network together and do them together. You know, you guys have the most amazing suggestions that I've ever seen in some of these, you know, YouTube chats. So we really do have the best community, the smartest community, and that's why I kind of wanted to set it up in an interactive manner. I'll have my laptop with me this time, and I'll be able to see the chat and interact with you guys in real time while we do the experiments. It'll be a lot of fun. And we'll do that around 8 o'clock. Because at 9, if we have the League tonight, I'm not sure if we're having the League of Extraordinary Inventors tonight. I haven't seen anything in my email yet, but if we do, that will be on at 9. Usually we have the main show on at 9 Eastern Standard Time. So, yes, Mike is having... Okay, he sent me an email. So, he is having the League tonight. 10 watts saved from 310 watts down to 300 watts. Okay, you guys are having a conversation about something else. All right, so just another quick Freedom Fund pitch. Here on Beneficence TV, we don't take sponsorships because we actually like telling the truth. No corporate strings, no muzzles, just raw independent research into ending fascism and unlocking zero-point energy. The only sponsors are you. So hit the like button, subscribe, share, and if you really want to power the cause, check out my Patreon or YouTube membership, where you'll find exclusive behind-the-scenes content and get the first glance into all my vortex coil research before it goes public. I'm going to take a quick look. I know I did some sneak peeking at the Phase 2 guide that I'm going to release soon. And I know a lot of you have been asking for it. It's coming, and I swear, 2 to 3 weeks, we'll be putting out phase 2 guide. I took down phase 1 guide because it had a lot of mistakes. I wasn't measuring the current right, so I wanted to rectify that, and we are measuring it right now. We have been for quite some time. It's just phase 2 guide has a lot of valuable information and practical applications. So phase 1 was kind of like getting my feet in the water, while phase 2 is more of like the practical applications and tuning a system for phase 3. And we went into a little bit of a sneak peek in a previous episode, but I want to go into it one more time to give you guys another sneak peek at the guide, just in case you missed that episode. So here's the Benefactor's Vortex Coil Guide. Warning, please do not do these experiments unless you are a trained professional or are with a trained professional. These coils have been known to output extremely high voltage under the right circumstances. This guide serves as a documentation of my work and establishes a way for researchers and engineers to try and replicate my results. Please be safe, and don't do this if you are unsure of your abilities to do these experiments in a safe, controlled environment. This guide is a work in progress and might need some revisions or additions. So, we do have... Oh, you guys can't see that, my bad. Let me put this up on the other screen. My bad. Alright, so... we do have another public domain dedication warning, so no patents allowed on any of these products that we're going to be outputting to the public and putting on the market soon. You know, again, if you want to put out your own version, I don't care. Just don't tell the public that I endorse it unless you come to me and specifically show me the device and show me the modifications and I check it out first and give it the benefactor seal of disapproval. But this is the phase 2 guide. It'll include everything you need to know, from how to build your coil all the way to how to build your Lightning Thief circuit and system, along with all the theories and unique analogies that I've come up with to help you understand how this system is able to do what it's doing. And this is mostly from a perspective of me trying to understand it and then just relaying it in this guide here and, you know, making it available to the public for you guys to digest and go through. So we do have a preliminary research guide that is public right now. I'm going to put that in chat for anybody who wants access to it because it is important. It covers a lot of information that we didn't actually get to go into, but regarding important information on Bedini and his pulse motor systems. So let's put that in chat for you. This is the preliminary phase 2 guide. I don't want to explode my scope. Yeah. I had that fear too, and Michelle did warn me that it is, you know, very possible to, and that's why I haven't really been connecting the negative probe on the oscilloscope. I just connect the main probe until I find, you know, a safe method, or somebody shows me a safe method. I'm not going to risk it either. Oscilloscope's a little jacked up anyways. So that's the preliminary phase 2 guide. Is that... Let me make sure it's public. Okay. Alright. Yep. So, I'm not going to go over all of this. I just want to show you what it's going to include. So you have preparations and materials. Everything from, you know, what you're going to need to make your coil to how to run it, you know, for efficiency and lighting and heating and all sorts of different stuff. We haven't gotten to heating yet specifically, but it is on the table, and I know it's possible. We just haven't figured out a way to do it yet. You'll have access to, you know, all the circuits and diagrams that I've been utilizing for my own research, how to measure your current and voltage, how to get a magnetic monopole, all sorts of fun stuff, guys, that are going to be included in this guide. I include a framework for your experiments. So if you want to apply the scientific method and do your own experiment, you have a framework here, kind of like a template. So here's a section on the lightning thief. I haven't filled in some of the details, but you know, this is, you know, work in progress. It will be released soon. It's mostly done. This lightning thief section will show you how to build your lightning thief. It's all open source. You can build one now if you want to. You don't have to wait for me to put them on the market. The Michel's modified ABHA excitation circuit, that's the circuit that we're using for the lightning thief. So it's right here, the tutorial. I have it up on my channel. It's all linked in the guide. We have all the different lightning thief configurations, the dual thief, thruple thief, micro thief, green thief, lumin thief, all of these different possibilities. Each configuration offers a unique advantage depending on your goals. Experiment and find the one that works best for your project. So we have the stereo amp board method, magnetic monopole detection, magnetic rotary efficiency and tuning, all sorts of cool, fun stuff. You know, Bedini's, a little bit of background on Bedini's waveform and what we're looking for here is in there. Some of my theories on the Aether conspiracy and some of my analogies on how to understand why AC is more efficient in transmission of energy rather than DC. Just a whole bunch of fun stuff, cool stuff, a lot of background information too that'll help you, if you digest it, it'll help you understand some of what's going on in these systems and specifically how to utilize them properly. Peter Hall Effect says, what about crystal radio? So crystals are interesting. I've been meaning to work with them for a while. They are on the list of for materials to experiment with. I haven't gotten around to it, unfortunately. I'm trying to really work hard in tuning the Lightning Thief device to get it out on market for you guys. A lot of energy for me has been put into, you know, trying to get as much efficiency out of the system, and not only that, trying to actually gauge what the efficiency is, which tonight in our mini lab we might finally be able to close the door on. It's really hard to do that, gauge the actual efficiency, but by utilizing the method of seeing exactly what efficiency the inverter is getting, we can kind of compare it to the inverter and at least say, okay, it's either less efficient or more efficient than the inverter. But we do have the math worked out in one of my documents that I'll show you in a little bit before we do that, that goes into like assuming, you know, the projection models of assuming the inverter is 70% efficient, what kind of efficiency we are getting. And it spoiler alert, it says, you know, like the math says it's about 99.75% efficient if we compare it to the inverter and we assume that the inverter is at least 70% efficient. So that was the assumption there, 70%. We don't know exactly what efficiency the inverter is. Oh, Peter's asking, can you use it to harvest crystal radio waves, then turn it into usable electric? Yes, absolutely. You know, Daniel Nunez did just that. He has a video that he shows us how to rectify radio wave signals and turn them into usable free energy. Really cool. We do plan on doing that, yes. But he specifically had a big radio antenna, like attached to his house. There might be a way to use a crystal, you know, a crystal to supplement that, and we won't need as big of an antenna, maybe. I don't know. If you guys have any ideas on that, I'm open to, you know, suggestions on that front. But that's very interesting. That'd be a fun experiment to do. Recently, we did go over a video of a guy from Africa who supposedly said that he is utilizing what he calls microsonic energy technology. Microsonic energy technology that is able to rectify radio wave signals into usable energy and power a car basically indefinitely. So if that is viable, that's basically what the coil is capable of doing. I've seen it. So it's very, very interesting. If that is a viable technology, then we'll have to look into maybe how we can do that with our coil. For sure. Elias the Cool says, for that coil, the middle is very important because if you're stretching the aether, you might cause aether dielectric, which you can get a 100-fold increase in energy. Yes, so this was a big theory that I was going over with Michel, and I think he agrees with me that the inner diameter is very crucial when you're considering the inner diameter to outer diameter ratio. You want that inner diameter to outer diameter ratio to be like 1:5 or 1, like the closer to the golden ratio, right? You don't want it to be like what I have on Mark 1, which is still pretty efficient, but you don't want what Mark 1 coil has, and this is our theory, and that's a 1:2 ratio where you have literally the outer diameter is double what the inner diameter is. You need that inner diameter to be closer together, the wires to be closer together to be tighter. So I don't know if this plays into what you're talking about, Elias, but I'm trying to understand. Yeah, I'm trying to understand myself. So if that makes any sense. So let's go back into... Oh, here it is, the lightning thief efficiency. So we're going to open this document up. All right. So, to calculate how long the inverter-based system will last at 1% brightness and 70% efficiency, we can use the following steps based on the 0.057 volts per hour voltage consumption. So, okay, here's how we arrived to this. The inverter is running at less than 10 minutes on the battery, going from 12.61 volts down to 12 volts. So this is around, I think it's around 16 watt hours. It might be less than that. It's somewhere in here. I'll reiterate how many watt hours exactly that is. But the point is utilizing about 10 watt hours out of the battery. And based on that, at 100% brightness or near 100% brightness, that only lasts around 9 minutes or so. So a little under 10 minutes. Now, extrapolating from that data, if we lower that down to what the brightness is of the lightning thief output, which is around 1%, based on our lux readings, we get around 0.057 volts per hour voltage consumption on the inverter, assuming 70% efficiency. So this is where we're getting these numbers. There's a couple of assumptions here, but they're not going to be that far off from what we're really going to see, in my opinion. In fact, the efficiency might be closer to like 60%. I'm not sure. But these standard very, very cheap inverters are around 70% efficient. They're really not lower than that usually. Most very, very cheap inverters will be around 70% efficient. So given information are as follows. The battery capacity is 20 amp hour and 12 volts. The voltage drop per hour for the inverter at 1% is 0.057 volts per hour. The total voltage drop available is 0.61 volts, going from 12.61 volts to 12 volts on the battery. So we can calculate this runtime by dividing the total voltage drop by the rate of voltage consumption. The inverter-based system at 1% brightness and 70% efficiency will last approximately 10.7 hours before the battery voltage drops from 12.61 volts to 12 volts. Okay? This is very important because we're trying to see, the inverter automatically defaults to max brightness, but the lightning thief defaults to the most efficient brightness of the system. You know, battery, capacitance, all that stuff plays into that. So we have to adjust. To make that apples to apples comparison, we have to adjust the inverter brightness to 1%. And when doing so, we get approximately 10.7 hours that it should last in that range for that amount of watt hours. This runtime is shorter than the Lightning Thief, which lasted around 15 hours. Actually, a little more than that, due to the inverter's low efficiency, probably. I don't know. Well, we are recycling the energy, so I think that plays into it a lot. So here's a graph of just how much more efficient the Lightning Thief is compared to the standard inverter. Here's a graph comparing the runtime of the Lightning Thief system and the inverter system based on their voltage consumption per hour. As you can see, the Lightning Thief lasts longer due to its lower voltage strain compared to the inverter system, which consumes more voltage per hour. The Lightning Thief consumes around 0.04 volts per hour, where the inverter consumes around 0.057 volts per hour. Pretty interesting, I would say. So tonight, we're actually going to measure the current input and output of the inverter and see, once and for all, what the efficiency is. And then we can actually gauge what the efficiency of this system is. Because if all the numbers are correct, it points to around 99.75% efficiency of our system, which is absolutely insane when you think about it, but not really when you understand how we're recycling energy in the system. We're getting a lot of energy back from that collapsing field. All right, so let me go back. There it is. Elias says, may I ask why the Lightning Thief is not made of metal? Well, limited resources. I'm on a shoestring budget. I do have a 3D printer that Nathan was gracious enough to send me. That's what we're kind of working with. We're working with limited resources here. That's why I kind of try to make pitches and remind people that, you know, I do have fundraising mechanisms to help, you know, raise funds for this, you know, these materials and stuff. But yeah, we are on a shoestring budget here, and I have been for a while, which is good. You know, I don't mind being independent. I don't want to be attached to a big sponsor that can say, hey, you can't talk about this, or hey, you can't, you know, release videos of this, or hey, you need to take this down. You know, fuck that. Peter says, a Bedini running on an earth ground and a copper or aluminum antenna. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. I'll make a note of that. Thank you. Let me put that in my notes. Let me put that in my notes. So going back to the Lightning Thief, I'm going to do a quick history lesson on the Jewel Thief circuit, because the Jewel Thief circuit is kind of notorious. It's been around for a long time, but nobody really knows its origins. Kind of mysterious in that way. So the historical context here is the Jewel Thief circuit emerged in the late 1990s as a creative way to extract residual energy from near-depleted batteries. It was invented by Clive Mitchell and published in Everyday Practical Electronics in 1999. Supposedly. That's the supposed origins of the Jewel Thief circuit, from what I could gather, at least. The circuit became a staple in hobbyist electronics for its ability to power low-voltage devices like LEDs from dead batteries. This innovation demonstrated how energy efficiency could be improved by creating reused waste energy. The simplicity and efficiency of the Joule Thief sparked interest in fringe science and free energy communities. While the circuit doesn't violate thermodynamics, its ability to seemingly boost energy led to speculation about its potential in overunity systems, i.e., getting more energy out than what was put in. These discussions, though speculative, highlighted the broader quest to harness and reuse energy in unconventional ways. The evolution of the Lightning Thief. My Lightning Thief takes the legacy of the Joule Thief and advances it using modern innovation. Unlike the traditional Joule Thief, which focuses on extracting energy from low-voltage sources, Michel's design incorporates a vortex coil and back EMF capture to explore new possibilities in energy recycling. So back EMF utilization. Traditional circuits often treat back EMF as a byproduct to be suppressed or dissipated, grounded out, filtered. However, my Lightning Thief captures and recycles this energy, effectively turning what is typically wasted into a usable resource. This approach aligns with the principles. Oh. Sorry, my headset's dying. I'm gonna put this in. So this approach aligns with the principles of energy conservation and efficiency without claiming to violate known physical laws. The only thing it does is bypass Lenz's law, but it's not violating it. We are resonating the back EMF with the forward signal. I like to use the analogy again, like I referenced earlier, of a surfer riding a wave instead of fighting against the current. We are now working with the natural dynamics of electromagnetic systems rather than opposing them. So the Lightning Thief utilizes vortex coils. By integrating a vortex coil from drawing inspiration from pioneers like Daniel Nunez and Randy Powell, our circuit creates a unique electromagnetic environment. These coils may enhance the capture and storage of back EMF, potentially improving the system's overall efficiency. So let's talk about overunity without violating the laws of thermodynamics for a minute, because this is very important to emphasize. Overunity refers to the idea of achieving more output energy than input. My work emphasizes that achieving overunity-like effects is possible without breaking any known laws of physics, by optimizing energy reuse and minimizing losses. This is a critical distinction. Instead of claiming to create energy from nothing, free energy or whatever, my system focuses on maximizing the utility of available energy. Free energy is a misnomer because the extra gains are not free. They're a mutual exchange. Back EMF is already there. It's nothing new. Anytime you collapse an electromagnetic field, you create it. Nature gives it to you to find equilibrium. That's what nature does best. It finds balance. For example, if you push someone on a swing, nature gives you a push back in the form of gravity to help the swing keep going and find that equilibrium. In traditional systems that don't use resonance and back EMF capture, it's like pushing that person at the wrong moment, wasting energy to sustain the motion. With resonance and back EMF capture, we push at the highest point, wasting the least amount of energy to maintain the cycle. When you collapse an electromagnetic field, nature provides you the back EMF to stabilize the field, and traditional systems just dump that energy or filter it out to the point where it becomes useless. We're simply recycling that energy nature provides to keep the system stable with a pulsed signal. It's literally all we're doing. So the philosophical and scientific implications here. My work bridges the gap between practical electronics and speculative science. By drawing on the history of the Joule Thief, I can position my Lightning Thief device as part of a broader tradition of innovation in energy efficiency. At the same time, my focus on back EMF and vortex coils pushes the boundaries of what's possible within the framework of known science. The historical continuity here is just as the Jewel Thief demonstrated the potential of reusing wasted energy, my Lightning Thief explores the untapped potential of back EMF and unconventional coil designs. While grounded in established physics, my work engages with ideas that have long fascinated fringe science communities. This connection can inspire further exploration and dialogue, and I hope it does, even as I maintain a rigorous scientific approach. Practical applications. So, beyond theoretical implications, Michel's circuit has practical potential in low-power devices, energy harvesting systems, and other applications where efficiency is critical, like off-the-grid lighting solutions. That's what I'm currently using it for. It's powering the lighting, and all my mini lab is being literally lit by radiant energy. Before we go into another quick intermission and transition into our interactive mini lab, I have a quick segment on credit and collaboration I'd like to get into, and it's very important. You know, I've noticed some of my analogies and way of explaining things really getting around lately, and I really do take that as a compliment. But as always, I try to credit people I get insights from. Like how Nathan says stuff like, follow the heat in your system, or fried and find out. Giving credit where it's due helps keep things honest in this community. I know it's not always a conscious or calculated decision, but I just want to remind people that giving credit helps keep the historical context intact. When ideas spread, it's important that people know where they came from, so we can track their evolution and build on them properly. Now, this is a sellout-free zone. Again, this message is not brought to you by Big Oil, Big Tech, or Big anyone. Nope, we stay independent so we can keep the truth flowing. If you truly believe in the mission that we're doing here, you can support us directly through Patreon and YouTube membership. If I have inspired you, I suggest you head on over to Patreon and subscribe to one of my memberships. If you feel inspired by my analysis and research, super chats are always helpful, and most appreciated. So remember to like, subscribe, and share if you're into truth without a price tag. But if you have the capabilities, Patreon subscriptions are always greatly appreciated. I'd like to thank new subscriber Luis Garcia. Thank you, Luis, for the subscription. Appreciate it. We're going to transition into a quick intermission while I get set up for the interactive mini lab. So stay tuned, grab your popcorn, and buckle up. It's going to be one crazy ride.
In a basement lab alone with my mind, stable theories they all refuse to find. I've been working on energy for a brand new day, but even in the crowd I'm still a castaway. Alienated from the aids of that inventor in disguise. Ideas ahead of time dismissed with narrow eyes. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world you can't deploy. Changing the system, I treat it like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Talk to love 0 point, the points lost on them. Kevin structures crumbling from the same old stem. They laugh like I'm crazy, but I see it all so clear. Exploited labor under injustice burning ears. Fighting for a change in this wasteland of noise. But they call me foolish words, ancient boys. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world he can't deploy. Changing the system, but treat it like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Chasing revolutions in the darkest nights. A dreamer with vision beneath the laughter and noise. A future so bright waiting for the right choice. Benefactor boy, dreaming about
I treated like a toy? Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice?
Feel the pulse, divine sensation. Everyone needs just a little foundation. Feel the pulse, divine sensation. Everyone needs just a little salvation. In the broad starry sky. to stars are starlight. There's a light within the dark waves, guided by echoes of ancient ways. Unify our reflection. With everything there's a connection. Feel the pulse, divine sensation. Everyone feels the goodness of our invitation. Shows.
Working night and day, mystic gadgets in magnetic ballet, circles of power aligning destiny's way. Running those rings, they defy gravity. Critics working out, they don't bother heat. In his domain, guilt sets the world free. Lord of the Rings, pretty strong, proving the currents can't be wrong. Electromagnetic symphony, terror holding craft destiny. Chief from his fingertips, inspiration study top of scripts, geometric secrets, discovery can't flip. Like a king in his rebel stead, building up for the world again, lighting up the dark, igniting every zen. Lord of the Rings, really strong, proving the current can't be wrong. Electromagnetic symphony, terror holding craft destiny.
welcome back. I'm back too. It appears my phone restarted. Sometimes the app does that. So give it a minute and it will reboot. It freezes when it does that. So, we have 3 things on our agenda. We have the positive feedback test, which we're going to disconnect the positive terminal of the load on the lumin lamp and hook it directly back up to the battery's positive terminal. Supposedly, this will reduce the current. We're going to monitor the current at the same time. We're also going to go through the dual thief setup step by step, and we're going to do the inverter test live. I have the battery at full capacity. I'm going to turn the lights off right now and power everything with radiant energy regarding lighting in the lab. I'm going to set my timer so I don't lose track of time, because we do want to make it to the main show at 9. Alright, so let's test out this positive feedback test. Do the positive feedback experiment where we're going to disconnect the positive wire and hook it directly up to the positive of the source. So right now we're going to use this lumin lamp, which is connected to the outlet on the wall. It's not connected to the battery. This one's connected on the left, this one's connected to a 9-volt battery. This one has a 0.6 watt LED bulb on the left. This one has a 5 watt LED bulb on the right. These ones are both 0.6, and this one is a 40 watt up here. Alright, so let us put it on our current setting. Let's set it to okay. So right now we're getting about 402 milliamp draw. Let's put that up there. So let me grab an alligator clip. Get one over here. I'm going to take this. What we're going to do, turn that off real quick. Right back on the source. Hopefully it doesn't blow up. All right. Oh, the light went down. Current went down, but the light went down too. I wonder if that has something to do with the multimeter hooked up. Let me disconnect the multimeter. So we're getting 338 milliamp draw, down from 402, which is a significant decrease, by the way. But if we can get that back up, let me see. Maybe a diode, maybe a resonance relay might do something. Maybe, well, okay. I have a resonance relay on the negative already. So let me disconnect the resonance relay to replicate Michel's experiment in full, because he does not have the resonance relay on his system, I don't think. So let me do that real quick. And then we'll try to disconnect the multimeter. Nope. Okay, so we still have low light. Let's disconnect this multimeter. Still low light. So the only other thing that I can think of is maybe the coil. We have a different coil attached. Trying the caduceus coil, we can do that real quick. And try it on the 9-volt battery. Because again, we're trying it on the one that's hooked up to the power adapter for the wall. So let's try it on the battery. Just put this tape on here too. Let's take it off though. What we're gonna do is we're gonna take that, plug that right back into do that with what we're going to do is we're going to take that, connect that right to batteries positive. Alright, let's turn it on, see if it even works. The light bulb doesn't even turn on. Yeah, the light bulb's not even turning on. So what we have here is a failed experiment. We're not getting the same effect. And it might be because Michel might be utilizing his germanium diode. I have to ask him. But if he's utilizing his germanium diode, we either have to substitute that diode with our resonance relay and see if we can kind of get the same thing. Maybe that's what was going on. Maybe we're not utilizing a germanium diode, and that's why the light is diminished over here. Over here, this is a half-drain battery, so maybe it's not starting up because I don't have a fully powered 9-volt battery. So that could be a variable as well. My poor ass doesn't have enough money for a 9-volt battery today. Unfortunately, that was on the list, but I didn't have enough. So right now, we're going to turn the overhead off, turn the grid on, the grid lighting on, so that I can do the inverter test and see what the efficiency of the inverter is, because I'm really curious about that. And then we'll end it with a step-by-step guide on how to hook up your dual thief. Okay? Alright, so that is clearly out of batteries. I'll leave that alone for now. So Elias said, would changing the pulse DC frequency based on what? Yes, so that's essentially what we're doing with the Lightning Thief device. You're going to change the frequency anytime you add capacitance. So that's why we have to choose our load and capacitance very carefully. Okay, so we got 12.80 on the battery, so we should be okay to run this test for a few minutes. Let's gather our multimeter here. The camera so you guys can see it. I'm going to start by measuring the current going into the inverter from the battery, and then I'm going to measure the current going from the inverter to the lighting panel. I think the easiest way for me to do that, let's see. So I'm gonna have to bust open the light, the panel for the light. Positive. I'm going to disconnect that second, and then we're going to hook up the current reading there on the positive. All right, here we go. Down a little bit. Yep. And immediately we see 320 milliamps just to power the inverter. So let's hook it up to the light. 3.5, 3.58, 3.59. So we got 3.59 amps when this is plugged in, drawing from the battery at 12.77 volts. So somebody write that down. Elias, if you want to take note of that for me, please. Now we're going to measure the current going into the light. Here we go. We're not getting any current. Oh, there we go. Ooh, 318 milliamps. Wow, that's a lot of loss. 315 milliamps. That's a lot of loss. 3.5 amps to 314 milliamps? What the fuck? Oh, no, yeah. What? You know what? Let's try measuring with the amp clamp. Let's do that. Yeah, 307 milliamps with the amp clamp. 310. So we're getting a significant loss. And we need 3.59 amps to power this thing. Holy shit. Even the AC amp clamp is registering 1.3 amps on the source, which isn't... Yeah, it's not going to be correct, but still, wow. All right. Let's see what the voltage is, just running at a couple of minutes like this. Went down to 12.49 volts. It's fully charged. 12.9 volts was what it started at. Wow. Okay. And compare that to the Lightning Thief system, which will run this, albeit at a lower power, a lower brightness, but it'll run it for fucking 15.5 hours or more if you run it down below 12 volts. If you run it down to 10 volts, it'll last days. You know what? While we have this panel open, let's take a lux reading real quick. We got 255 times 100. On the max setting. So we'll do the Lightning Thief and compare it. Plug the 40-watt panel into the Lightning Thief. Let's unscrew the 0.6-watt bulbs just so we get exactly, because they do diminish slightly, the 40-watt panel when plugged in. We'll do the lux and current reading. Milliamps. 30 milliamps. Milliamps AC. We got 1730 lux, which is lumens per square inch. So compare that to our reading. I think it was 255 times 100. That should allow you to gauge the difference in brightness. And specifically on the Wattman, we're seeing 38 instead of, or actually, yeah, 38, which is what we see on the wall. So yeah, that's going to be 100% brightness. So we gauge that from 100% brightness to what this is, so we can tell It's about 1% bright. Again, if we took the inverter and adjusted it for 1% brightness, the inverter would only last 10 hours compared to this, which lasts 15.5 hours and more because it'll go past 12 volts, which the inverter won't do. It stops at 12. You see this? This is crap. Throw it in the trash. So lux isn't 100% accurate, but it will give us an approximation of how bright the panel is. It's lumens per square inch, and it's based off the reflective surfaces. So, you know, it's not going to be 100% accurate, but it should allow us to gauge approximately how efficient this is compared to the inverter. Alright guys, give me a moment and I will show you exactly how to set up your dual thief. We have the 30-minute mark, so I gotta make it quick. I really have to make this quick. So we'll do it in like 5 minutes. We'll do a speed run. Immediately, you see it turn on because it was already, the potentiometer was already in tune. So immediately you see that turn on. It's a little diminished because the neon lamp is kind of slightly burnt, starting to burn out a little bit. It's been used. I got to go in there and replace it soon. But as you can see, all I did was I plugged it in to the secondary coil right here, sitting below the primary coil. So we have the primary lightning thief device hooked up to the Mark I coil and the battery. So we have the battery down here, which is a 12 volt 20 amp hour battery going directly to the positive line. We don't even bother hook up the negative line because the negative and the load is going right back to the source. So that's where we're getting our efficiency gains, some of them at least. So we have the coil inputs, 4 wires, 2 for each channel. And then we have the output to this rail that goes to the load. And then we have a secondary like little light bulb for my desk here that attaches as well. So that's the primary setup. And then the secondary one is this secondary coil sitting below it, the Christmas coil, okay? And that's not hooked up to the battery. It's just sitting below this one. And all that is hooked up to 2 wires. We have the yellow and the black. So the black is the end of channel A, and the yellow is the start of channel B. That's all. And then as we adjust the potentiometer, we can tune it to get that neon lamp to excite, which is 120 volt breakdown voltage. So we know we're getting at least 120 volts usable energy. Then we just take those 2 wires right here, and that's where our output's going to be. Again, this is the breadboard version, not the PCB version. Right here, this is the PCB version. We have all these swappable components, easily upgradable, modifiable, or replaceable components with the screw terminals there for your convenience. That's what we're aiming for the consumer version. But that's the gist of it. If you have any questions, please feel free to email me. I'm going to jump back over to the workstation before we transition into the main show, the League of Extraordinary Inventors, right here on Beneficence TV. Stay tuned.
Jones working night and day. Mr. Gadgets in magnetic ballet. Circles of power aligning destiny's way. Running those rings that defy gravity. Critics working all day on by the heat. In his domain, Jones sets the world free. Lord of the Rings, pretty strong. Proving the currents if they wrong. Electromagnetic symphony. Terror only crafts destiny. Cheap from his fingertips. Inspiration study top of scripts. Geometric secrets, this guy can flip. Bunker King in his rebel stead. Building up for the world again. Lighting up the dark, igniting every zen. Lord of the Rings, pretty strong. Proving the current take me wrong. Electromagnetic symphony. Terror only grasps destiny. And in the depths of shattered halls, I wandered all alone, casting whispers, binding chains, demons of my own. Toxic death flame, now spread on darkness turned to dawn. I wear truth, that's my guide. Anxiety's dissolved, and the sun's coming in ray. You see my destiny through time and space. The fears that once drew to reality. For in my heart a new world is proclaimed. Now I rise from the shadows with wings of fire and sand, free from the chains of sorrow on this path of forever depend. With symmetry, I found the power. Message granted by the hour. Together we will come away. Revolution calls, and I'm not strong. Now I rise from the shadows with wings of fire and sand, free from the chains of sorrow on this path of forever depend. In the depths of his oppression, it's the rise of a true nation.
In a lab with dreams ignite, Lulu's mind is taking flight. Bouncing equations, there's a plan she designs, unlocking secrets where the cosmos aligns. I say let's reach the stars with knowledge as our guide. In this universe we're tracing our destinies collide. Knowledge, wisdom, a peek in the dark, juggling studies and life igniting a spark. Every calculation, every moment's so grand. She's building the future with her guiding hand. Every shift she's closer to the night. Family warmth she finds, strength to fight. I say let's reach the stars with knowledge as our guide. In this universe we're tracing our destinies collide. Through every challenge she won't lose sight. Her passion shines, a star in the night. With every step she's paving the way. In the dance of science she'll always stay. I say let's reach the stars with knowledge as our guide. In this universe we're tracing our destinies collide.
In a lab, Mike does cracks the code tonight. Oh yeah, that's true. Wires and circuits to shine in neon lights. Oh yeah, seen you creating power from the air. These smiles and delights. Oh yeah. Mike does it right. Hey. Mike does all Mike is the one teaching us knowledge. Lighting the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans. Down in the basement, secrets start to glow. Oh yeah. With Nathan and Lulu in the show. Oh, brilliant team. Mike came on Faraday. We're letting knowledge flow. Energy streams. Mike does all Mike is the one teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans. Years of thought, bringing dreams to life, turning theories into electric light. Mike and us, a journey to ignite. We've reached new heights. Mike does all Mike is the one teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans.
Is the tab maybe muted?
Was talking about the annihilation, which is the a positron and an electron hitting, clashing into each other and converting into a photon. So now it's the opposite process we want to do, is to convert a photon into a positron and an electron, or a boson into a fermion, which is mass, which is, according to the mainstream, a photon doesn't have mass, and positron and electron have mass. So the goal is to convert energy into materials. How do we do that? It's already possible by having a gamma ray, clashing a gamma ray into a sheet of foil. Then it's going to create a positron and an electron. But according to my theory, then it's even easier than that. All you have to do is put the gamma ray in a capacitor, in an electric field of a certain amplitude. And because the gamma ray is composed, according to my theory, a gamma ray is a positron and an electron entangled together. So if you put the gamma ray into the capacitor, then the electric field is going to create a force, forcing the positron and the electron to take different paths, because the electric field is differently charged. The positron has a different charge, opposite charge than the electron. So they should diverge in different paths. So that's very simple. You put the gamma ray into a capacitor, they should split into positron and electron. And so that's to create an electron and positron. But What if I want to create a proton? Then it's exactly the same thing with quarks. You do exactly the same thing, but you need some sort of quark energy, quark photon. You need to convert to annihilate quarks into energy, and then energy back into quarks, and that should create quarks. And quarks is the core or the core of protons. So there you go. You have protons and electrons. You can build atoms with that, and you can materialize matter from energy. So yeah, man, that's the I finally got it. I should have figured it out before, but it took me some time.
Now the gamma rays, isn't that a little dangerous?
Yeah, but I believe you can go down to X-rays or UV rays and things like that. I don't think we really need the gamma rays to do the pair production.
Yeah,
or if you want to turn into the Hulk.
If you were to make a device like that, you would definitely have to put it in a lead case when you're actually doing it, because X-rays or gamma rays or any of those emissions, you don't want to be anywhere near that. You have to definitely lead shield it when you do it.
Yeah, I think the lower you go, the stronger the electric field in the capacitor needs to be. You know what I mean?
Right.
Gamma rays might turn you into the Hulk too.
Yeah, become an Incredible Hulk.
Yeah. So yeah, man.
Yeah, it's a cool concept, man. You've come a long way with it.
Yeah.
Now that you got this theory down, I would start trying to come up with an apparatus to actually do it.
Yeah, I'm gonna apply for the. Remember the defense conference that I've been at in December?
Right.
They have a space challenge. I'm gonna present that to their challenge. See if I win. If I win, I'm gonna get $50,000. So that's gonna help me build the apparatus. It's not very complicated. All I have to do is to get a capacitor, and to test it, I can put a laser on it and mess around with the amplitude of the electric field in the capacitor. And if it works, then the light should split into electrons and positrons. So I should see no light if it works. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I should see no light going through the capacitor, because it's going to be split into an electron and positron.
Oh my God, Gerald, you're alive.
I want $50,000.
Yeah.
How's it going, guys? How are you?
Oh my God, Gerald!
Holy cow!
It's been a while, eh?
Yeah, man.
It's like
Perfect
you're a ghost
stranger.
in the machine.
Hey, Mr. Gerald.
The perfect stranger. Well, I hope things are better with you, Gerald. I know you had some.
You know what? They are what they are. Huh.
Well,
gotta work like a dog for a while. I'll bark. We'll get it done. You know.
Yeah.
I'm still doing a whole bunch of stuff behind the scenes.
Well, that's good. Yeah, that's good.
You know what? I'm not gonna do small updates. I'm just gonna do a presentation on everything I've been working on. Take about an hour. Not gonna do it today, but we'll have to do it on your channel, right?
Okay.
Get everybody kind of together that wants to get on it and who doesn't.
Yeah. Tonight, after the show's over, can you stay on for about 10-15 minutes? I got to talk to you about a couple of things.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay.
I got a few things going on too. I should probably mention to you.
Yeah. You levitated the car off the driveway for 10 minutes?
No, not yet. It's too small. I actually have a plan. I don't know if it's going to work.
Mhm.
If my theory's correct and I have the right math, there's a limestone quarry just outside of where I'm living, and there's this huge limestone. It almost looks like a monolith, but it's not. It's a massive brick.
I showed was it last week I showed the video, or the week before, these guys in Egypt. What the guy did is had a high voltage static generator, and they put a slab of limestone on it, and he was able to transmit the voltage right through the limestone. Yeah, really cool stuff. Yeah, was it last week or the week before? I think it was 2 weeks ago I showed that video.
Was that the one that looks like the Z? It's got like discs of granite.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
That's a cool video. I've seen that.
Yeah. So I've been really experimenting in the last little while with a lot of different materials, and
Nice.
Actually, the last stuff I was actually looking into was the Joe cell.
Oh yeah,
and how his system works. And there's a couple of guys out there that basically concluded that the Joe cell, the way it was designed, is actually an antenna. So what Joe did, and you either found the important information on the internet, or you learned it from Joe himself.
Yeah, I've heard that. Go ahead.
Yeah, he actually tuned it like a radio to the frequency of the engine.
Yeah.
So when you do that, when the water is transmuting into the gas medium that the engine accepts, it has to be in resonant frequency with the engine.
Yeah.
Right?
But see, here's the other part they don't really mention, and I'm not sure if they know a lot about.
Yeah.
When they run the Joe cell in an engine, there's a seed in that engine that's helping with the fuel get transmuted, right? So there's oil and there's remnants of gas throughout the whole system. Even if they're not using, like if they're using straight water, there's still remnants within the system that gets activated in that. So it's just something to think about, right?
Yeah. There's always going to be impurities, or like you said, there could be oil residue, but you need the oil in the engine so it doesn't seize up, right?
See, Paul Pantone said he didn't need oil, not in the engine itself, but he had to put a little bit of oil in the beginning of the system to get it started to lubricate the whole thing.
like a primer, I guess.
Yeah, like priming it. Yeah.
But some really cool stuff, because I played with the electrolyzer years ago.
Yeah.
And I got really good results with it. A neighbor of mine a few years back, he got really good results with it. He had it in an Austin Mini, and he took it for an emissions test, and the emissions test came back negative. It was blowing air. It wasn't showing any noxious gases, O2, carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide. It wasn't blowing any of that out.
I bet you that made him nervous.
Well, the guy who did the test couldn't believe it. He's like, what the heck did you do to the engine?
Did you guys hear about that South African gentleman? Yeah, you guys, you mentioned it the last time,
microsonic energy.
Microsonic energy. You know what that is, right? That's Tesla. He figured out Tesla's secret when it came to the Arrow. That's all it is.
Yeah, it's piezoelectrics. That's why he was.
That's part of it.
Yeah, piezoelectrics, and also getting into sonic frequency resonance. Right.
Yeah. Well, he's using radio frequencies as well. So sonics, ultrasonics. Yeah.
So he's probably tuning into probably the most abundant signal in that area. And my bet is he's probably tapping into the cell phone towers. So they run at 900 to 1200 hertz. So if he gets them in resonance with those two frequencies, he can basically latch onto it, couple with it.
Yeah, but if you get too many people latching on and coupling to that frequency, it will drain their generator on their wattage system. Well, maybe not actually.
No, it won't. It's just
'Cause it's
coupling
just-
to it.
Yeah, that's interesting.
There's no physical connection there.
That's interesting. You know, one thing that they won't, I think one of the reasons why they won't let that out is because that's going to affect AI.
Good.
Yeah,
Yep.
Maxwell
You know what I mean?
Chikambutso. That's his name.
Yeah, that's the guy.
Chikabutsu. Yeah, I've watched a
Thank
few
you, Len.
videos. They've been pushing his videos there the last couple of weeks.
Yeah,
So,
interesting.
yeah,
And
they've
did you hear how he tried to get it patented in the States, and they told him, no, we can't patent perpetual motion machines.
Yeah,
He's got the TV working and everything. Like he's got a TV that just powers with the same technology, and it doesn't need to be plugged in or anything.
Yeah, because when he was in the States, he got poisoned.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's
Didn't
been.
know that.
Oh yeah, they tried to take his life a couple times already.
See, the States does not want to lose control at all. Yeah. I get it. You know what I mean? You had big balls forever and you want to keep them. I get it. But, and you know, being the world's police, okay. Yeah. But when 90% of the staff is corrupt as a $3 bill, I mean, you really want them to be the police officers of the world? I don't know. I'm not harping on anybody in the States. It's more the politicians that are running it. Just like our country. Our country's 10 times worse. Don't kid yourself. Canada, please. China. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's where we live.
The socialist communist.
Yeah. Yeah. Owned by China. Oh, I could tell you stories that get you in trouble, Mike.
It's kind of funny. The United States is protecting us from missiles from China and things like that.
Okay, and then Trump wants to take that away.
Yeah, and then Trudeau wants to. He opens the back door with China, so he doesn't get it. You know what I mean?
No, he gets it. He doesn't have a choice. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you guys a little story. Okay, and I can tell you this story because Trudeau's own brother just did an interview, an hour and a half long interview, spewing his guts on how Trudeau in British Columbia in '96 paid a $3 million settlement to a rich family with a 14-year-old girl that was affected in a, what do they call that? An embarrassment, we'll say. Okay? Because I don't want to say the words and trigger anything going on.
Yeah.
So,
gotcha.
So he was involved in this embarrassment. Well, he was also involved in another student that went missing that his brother talked about, but then it got shut up right away. Well, that situation has to do with what I know about Trudeau. Okay, so that woman that went missing that's connected to that time, and like I said, I'll fucking swear to a, pardon the language, I'll put my hand on a Bible to this. He's being blackmailed because they have him on video doing something he wasn't supposed to do. And the person that had that video owed a favor and sold it to the triads in British Columbia, who now have passed it on to the CCP. And they own him. They own him.
They got it by the balls.
Yeah, so
he can't do anything.
Let's cut it off right there.
Sorry, Mike.
Yeah,
so, like I said, I got stories that get in trouble.
Yeah, that's for stuff offline.
Yes, right. Sorry.
But yeah, so
Philip, crazy world. But
yeah, sorry, Philip. Yeah, let's finish up with Philip. Sorry about that, Philip.
Yeah, right. Didn't mean to cut you off there, Philip.
No, that's fine.
Go off on a tangent. You know what I
mean? Did you get the energy drink?
No, I don't drink them.
I'm gonna have to ask StreamYard to build what's called the rubber room. and then we could, like shit, we could shove that person. Yeah, we could put you in the corner. We could put you in the corner, and we'll make it like look like rubber.
Like Roger Rabbit when he was bouncing around the screen.
Well, we'll definitely, if we all get to the space station someday, we'll make that rubber room. And we said, you know what? If we have that, Gerald will probably be in there half the time.
You're gonna go to the space station? I'll race you.
Yeah, we'll make that rubber room.
There you go. I'm gonna need it for a nap after. I'm telling you.
Okay, Philip.
But yeah, Gerald, did you see my pitch in the first 10 minutes? You want me to redo it?
It sounds pretty interesting. In fact, I can probably back you up on your theory.
Yeah.
You're talking about using light in order to obtain mass.
Yeah,
right?
create matter from light.
There's a little bit more to it, and man, I could blow your fucking mind. But I'll give you an example. Okay, sorry for the swearing. You know what I mean? I'm a sailor, all right? No.
Something lines.
There you go. Nathan did, Sean was doing a presentation on Nathan's channel this week, and he showed, I don't know if it was something in a glass or it was in a vial or a tube or something, but there was a mistake with it.
Yeah,
right?
I've
And
seen
it was green. You remember it turning green?
Yeah.
I messaged in the comments section saying, okay, I need to talk to you about that, Sean. And then we went on to talk about other stuff, and I completely forgot to mention it. That is so fucking important. Remember the rainbow experiment, the Rainbow Bridge, Philadelphia experiment?
Yeah.
Okay, so in the beginning of the Philadelphia experiment, when the generators were first starting to do their thing and turn on and start to multiply the field around it, you want to know what was created that all of the sailors apparently that spoke about it after knew about? Green fog. Why is that? Because oxygen in a high voltage environment turns green. Sean showed it.
It's like the auroras.
Yes, but it's a little different. If you want to open a portal and walk through the Rainbow Bridge, you have to represent all the colors. And green's a very important one. How do you do green when it comes to high voltage? Burning copper? Well, then it gets what do they call that? Sputtered or spattered onto everything around it. That's not what you want, right? Yeah. But if you have oxygen in the air.
Yeah. Well,
the only time I've seen green is with what, magnesium? Is that what they put in the flashbangs?
Yeah, you could do that.
Yeah,
and magnesium, and also what happens too, you're going to be creating orgone or ozone as well, right?
Yes. But if you're splitting the water, now think about this. Just as a mind experiment, okay, a thought experiment. If the Philadelphia experiment was real, from our understanding, they had cables wrapped around the whole hull of the ship because they were trying to degauss it. Well, they had the generators were 90 degrees out of phase for that degaussing, in a sense, right? So they were creating a field one way, and they were creating a field of 90 degrees out of phase, and it was breaking the water. And that's where that green fog started. So remember what I told you about the pond fogger I put in the machine? Green fog is crazy. Don't play with it. Unless you're really willing to take it to the next
level. Now, is it dangerous for your physical well-being?
Yeah, but I'm gonna do it in vacuum, obviously. I mean, not gonna use oxygen.
You know what? I don't know if it'll work in a vacuum, to be honest with you, because of the way that fog has to build up. So the oxygen has to build up, but it has to light through that high voltage like a cascading event. You can't just slam it. It's almost like a low, slow glow that begins. And then the fog starts to build. It's fucking really wild. Telling you, man. Is it dangerous? I don't know. I guess we'll find out in a few years.
We'll find out if I have a third eye at the end of the year.
Hey, if I spill over from something in my lungs because I breathed it in, all you guys would be the first to know. I'll let you know.
Yeah. One thing I've noticed too is, especially the stuff that you're working on, Philip, and even Gerald, the water component and how you're electrolyzing water is actually a very important component that could lead in several different areas. That's why I've been kind of investigating the Joe cell, because with his Joe cell, he was able to tap into this energy source other than hydrogen. Everybody thinks it's hydrogen that's doing the work. It's not. It's not.
No,
it's the
not.
other component. It's creating a field energy.
It's not. Okay, and I agree with you, but there's a little more to it than that. It's not actually oxygen and it's not hydrogen. It's the implosive effect of breaking the two molecules apart. That has more energy than burning hydrogen at any time of the week.
It's the separation of the atomic structure.
That was the genius of Stan Meyer. He wasn't burning hydrogen like everybody thought. He was using the breaking, the energy of that molecule going boom. He was using that as the energy to run a system. That's why he got everything back in the end.
That's
the bonds, right? The bond breaking.
You're
he was breaking the coherent bonds.
Yeah.
And he was using the energy of that. That's why he was able to build that water spark plug.
Right.
That's what actually got him,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. When he built that, that was a death sentence for him.
Yeah. So now there's the other part, right? That makes me like sad for everybody in the States and even everybody in Canada, all over the world, pardon my language, with the stuff we've seen from that gentleman out of South Africa.
Yeah.
Then there's Stan Meyer, and then there's like Dennis Lee and all these other experimenters that came out with energy systems that actually worked. They were suppressed by the previous United States government before this one, right? So all those inventions were either shelved, smashed, destroyed, disappeared. Now what? We all have to play with oil and gas.
Yeah.
Who?
It's so archaic. Yeah, it's so archaic technology.
Don't get me wrong, Canada's guilty in that as well. I'm not.
Oh, sure, it's global. I think it's a global suppression.
But it's like me and Ben were discussing this week about extreme greed capitalism and things like that. I'm not for that at all, because they will. It's like the oil industry. If you go against them, they'll suppress whatever they need to do to keep their lead.
Yeah.
And so that I'm against that. I kind of. I'm not saying that Elon Musk is 100% wrong and this or that. I'm for Elon Musk and his effort to debunk the deep state and the swamp, but I know Elon Musk is against open sourcing stuff.
I've been working on something. Wonder if I should show you a little bit of it.
Show it.
Elon Musk is full of shit.
Yeah.
Sorry.
He really is.
Sorry, Elon. You're a genius about putting teams together. You're an amazing guy about making money. When it comes to science, you're full of shit.
I have a question about his algorithm. Like, does his algorithm, what does it do? Is it something like that identifies or flags like fraud, or like something that does not connect, like, from a particular IP address or a user ID or server? Does it do error codes? Is that how he's like fixing problems?
I don't think anybody knows, and that's a real problem too.
You're playing with alternators again?
No,
Can
no,
you show us? Can we see that again, please?
Yeah, it looked like an alternator.
no. This is a motor I've rewired.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Well, what specifically did you rewire it for?
I know. Are you working on the Lockridge device?
No. That's too easy. I mean, sorry. You can take me off screen because my fat head's not going to show anybody anything. No, I set out to prove something. So, Elon Musk is using induction motors, right? Or
He's using AC induction
AC
motors.
induction motors to run a system.
Yeah.
So I thought, okay, well, that's awesome. What if there was a way to capture the path of least resistance of inertia inside the flow of the iron inside of a motor in order to give you the ability to pull energy out as the energy's flowing? So I've been messing around with motors in the last little while. What if I said to you there was a way of wiring a motor so that you can have AC going in, pulling DC out, charging your batteries while you're using it? And the more you use it, the more charge goes into your batteries. Like I said, Elon Musk is full of shit.
All right. I got you. I'm following you.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Musk is not a scientist.
No,
Now,
at all.
when
torque, go ahead.
Question for you. So when you're channeling the DC out, if you put a load on it, say like a battery to charge.
Say that again.
So when you're taking the DC that you created with the AC motor out of the motor, and you decide to say you're going to charge a battery. Now, does the amount of current that you have to put in AC have to be increased while it's doing this?
No, it's more like, how do I put that?
Is it pulling?
So from what I've seen thus far, the AC stays the same. The current in the AC goes down. The torque goes up, and my DC fills the batteries more. The more the load on the battery, the more torque I get on the motor. And the current goes down on the AC, but only very slightly. It doesn't go down very much. Just like
so
it's running at a
going down.
high efficient rate.
Okay, so when this is happening, what you're saying is it's taking less power to do the job.
Yeah, and you're getting more torque. The more DC I pull out of it, up to a point thus far, because there's a heat factor in there.
Okay.
But the more DC I pull out, the more efficient the motor runs. Like the better torque I get, the current goes down a little bit, and the heat gets drawn away from it.
Interesting. Yeah, I've had.
That's where the DC goes. I turn the heat into DC and I pull it out and I slam it in a load. But I'm slamming it in batteries right now. So
yeah, that's fine.
I have to do a long-term logarithmic testing for it to see how efficient it really, really is. And yeah, I got to calculate all the ohms and stuff.
Interesting. I'll have to investigate that too.
But it's the winding and the way that you wind it on the inside of the motor that makes it
right. Now that here's my next question.
Okay.
Maybe you don't want to tell me now or offline. The AC motor, is it 3-phase?
No. Oh, it could be, but it doesn't have to be.
So it could just be 2-phase.
Yeah, well, it's bifilar, so would you classify that as 3-phase? You know what I mean?
No, it's 2-phase.
Okay, but when I was playing with these, I wired a motor that was bifilar, and then I put an extra winding on it at 90 degrees out of phase, so that I had an extra input for capacitance or whatever it is that I wanted, to see if I could increase the torque, the inertia, whatever's going on at that moment.
Interesting.
There's some interesting findings in that one. I wouldn't say it's better than the other, but it's interesting. Something we could talk about offline, maybe.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I do know, the AC voltage, when you convert it or rectify it, it goes to half the voltage of AC.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
because you're combining it, right?
Yeah. So you're tunneling it into a direct current. So 100 volts AC, it translates into 50 volts DC.
Well, this is so. From what I'm gathering, this is basically like an AC motor / DC generator at the same time.
So basically, you're using an AC power source, but you're actually inverting it at the same time into a DC out.
Oh yeah, I could pull. Well, okay, so yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing, and I could actually. I haven't tried this yet, but pull the AC power from an inverter. Then I'm running off the battery, so it's a closed loop. But because it's from an inverter, it breaks the symmetry. So I may be able to do it. I might not. I don't know yet.
Yeah, there will have to be a capacitance there somewhere.
There might have to be.
There'll have to be a buffer
between the AC inverter and the motor.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. If you have enough capacitance there, it is possible you could loop it right back in.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Maybe I found something like what the African gentleman there found.
Whatever the capacitive value of that is, that'll be pure experimentation to do it.
Yeah. Well, I got that capacitor board from Ian. That thing's just gold, man.
Yeah.
I've been using that every day. Thanks, Ian. Shout out, by the way.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, motors are fun to play with. Motors are really fun to play with.
Did you know that you can run a 220 3-phase AC motor from an alternator because your alternator's 3-phase? You just have to wire it a certain way. Because you know how you get that, what's it called? It's like a phase converter.
Yeah.
The way it's set up. You can run like a larger motor, or you can run a smaller motor off a larger motor. So I can run my alternator off of my 3-phase 220 motor real easy, or I can spin that AC or the alternator like a mofo and get the AC motor to run. Not a lot, like not very well, but it still runs. It was an interesting experiment. I might release it and put it on my channel. I don't know. I've been playing with motors and coils and mixing the two and seeing what happens. And
one thing I did find out with John Hutchison, talking about the crystal cells that he was working on.
Yeah,
and I just caught this by chance. I was watching one of his old videos. I think it was done in the mid '90s. He was talking about his crystal cells that he had in those. They were grenade canisters.
I remember those. I remember the video. He was sitting in his yellow kitchen, that ugly kitchen.
Yes. Okay. That's the video. What he said was, which was really interesting. He says you could have a stack of those cells hooked up in parallel and have another stack set up in series. And he says what's unique about these cells is you can combine the series and the parallel batteries as one. And they still work.
I know where you're going with that. I know exactly where you're going with that.
You caught on to it? Yeah.
So, hats off, man. Oh, no hair.
Too much high voltage experiments.
Yeah, you know how it is, man. I just had to grab along and it was like, no more.
Yeah, so that's unique because you can't do that with regular batteries, because what will happen is the current from the batteries that are hooked up in parallel, when you put it through the series ones that are geared more for voltage, not amperage, You combine the two, and if you got, say, lead acid batteries, you could have some major plate heating issues.
Oh, I never knew that. I've never tried it, but I've never known that.
Yeah, but the big thing is with the crystal cell, you don't have plates like that can heat up. It's a totally different chemistry altogether. That's why he says have one stack of batteries as series connected batteries and the other stack set up as parallel. And then you merge the two together. So one set is creating the voltage and the other set's creating the current.
Would that mean that you wouldn't need a battery at all?
No batteries at all.
Oh.
It'll be all cells. And that's what I've been working on. That's
Yeah,
what I've been working
we got to talk after.
How many could you do? Like how many? What?
It's
Like
unlimited.
one row, two
Unlimited.
rows?
Yeah,
Unlimited.
unlimited. As much as you want.
Do you know what that means? Did you watch the Plasma Channel's new pulling water out of the desert?
Yeah.
You guys know what he just showed? My mind was blown and I watched that video. I was dancing out of my seat. I was like, yeah. Okay, so think about a pyramid, right? So when a pyramid's doing all of its high voltage thing, what's it doing? There's even stories of a guy building a pyramid in California and it pulling so much water out of the ground that it actually flooded the area. And they didn't know what to do, so they had to build channels and shit like that.
Huh.
That mind blow. I thought, okay, so maybe
That's
the pyramids. What's that?
Terraforming apparatus.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought. It's pulling the water out of the ground. No, it's not. It's pulling the water out of the air from the difference in potential. And oh man.
Not only that water that he's producing is also charged.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
It's negatively charged.
Yeah, that's structured water.
What kind of stuff do we work on? Negative energy.
Yeah.
There's a liquid form of negative energy right there.
So is it good to consume structured water? I thought it was the other way around.
No,
well, we're gonna find out because I'm gonna just right on camera, like I'm doing that experiment.
Yeah. It's very effective, especially if you're, say, like a camper and you're in areas where you can't drink the river water unless you boil the crap out of it.
The minute I seen that video, I designed something. It's this long, and I'll give you guys the plans because everybody should build
it's super
one.
easy. It's
right.
super easy
I might actually sell them. You guys should too. I mean, I'm in Canada. Who cares, right? You guys can sell them in the States. And who cares? I'm not going to sue anybody. Make as much money as you can. We're all going to die one day. So it's about this long. What's that?
Yeah, it's all open source anyways.
Exactly. So it's about this long, and it's got a screen on top, and then the high voltage wire that's wound a certain way. And then the screen below that is a teardrop. And this whole thing is sealed. Okay. But because it's so long and the high voltage part is short, you turn it on for an hour. It fills cup and a half, we'll say. I don't know. I have to do the experiment. Well, we'll say a cup and a half in an hour. You flip it on its end like this. There's a filter in there. It goes into the bottom container, and it's got a water spout on the bottom.
Yeah.
You got water just all day long for 45 watts.
You can make like like the thermos containers. Make the apparatus at the top, turn it on, it'll drop right into your thermos, and then you got the spout at the bottom, right? And you can carry
but you need an open air, and the more open air you get with high voltage, the more water you're gonna pull out too, right?
Exactly. And
that's why I was thinking sideways, but
you can do it that way, but also if you're in it depends on your geological location. You could be in an area where there's a lot of humidity naturally in the air. Like here in Ontario, there's always humidity in the air. So a machine like this will work great in my area.
See, now think about that. If everybody had one of those, it wouldn't matter if you were in a desert, if you're in a moisturized area, you could get clean water all day long. You just flip it on, collect, drink.
Yeah, it's a life-saving thing. And you
absolutely.
All you need is an ion generator. You can buy them on Amazon. They're like
That's what I'm building
$25.
mine out of. Those little black wheelies.
Yeah.
We all have them. You guys got to do it, man.
Yeah.
I inquired once to a company. They do them like for like about $24,000, like to really like make water where you don't need the water company. You know, like enough water.
You can make it for under $50.
Absolutely.
Well, how much water is it going to produce?
Well, I'll put one on the top of your house.
About,
Think about the length of your house.
I think he said for every hour it'll make 40 milliliters of water. Now, in a life and death situation,
it was less than that. It was 46 milliliters for every 5 minutes.
Oh, 5 minutes. So
that's a liter,
right? So,
roughly an hour.
So realistically speaking, if you're in a life or death situation, that will save your life.
Absolutely, it will.
Yeah.
I'm thinking more of like replacing completely a utility into, where like it generates water from the atmosphere and you don't need that utility. And then, but like with the free energy, you don't need the electric company, like
you can see, and this is what they're worried about. All these devices, little by little, are going to come out. Now you can make your energy on your own.
Stack them.
You can make your water on your own, and all this. You can live completely off the grid. You wouldn't need any utilities whatsoever. You can live like Little House on the Prairie.
Okay, so you ready for this? You guys know I've been working on this formula for a little while. You should never own a house or rent a house that doesn't take care of you. Because now I have the formula.
Yeah.
So you build a grow room with two 1,000 watt HPS lights. Super inefficient bulbs. Man, they pump out so much heat. You're like, what am I going to do with all this darn heat, right? You ventilate it into the intake of your furnace.
Yep.
Kills your heat bill in half.
Yep.
Your hot water.
Yep.
There's pool heating solar kits that you would buy to heat, say, 1,000 gallons of water, right? You don't need that much. You get the smaller kits. You put it on the wall, the inside wall in your grow room.
Yep.
Because there's so much heat in that room.
That's
it
right.
preheats the water for your hot water tank. It kills it by 2/3. That kills your bill there, right there.
Yep.
So then you put solar together on your roof, which runs the two lights. Now you got heating of your house, which kills your bill in half. You have heating of your water, which kills it by 2/3. You're now paying trickle charge. You don't cut them off. You just make your system run more efficient.
Yeah, exactly. That's right.
Yeah.
100%.
Could you cut them off by adding another light and another panel? Absolutely. But that's not what we're trying to do.
Yeah.
Right. And if you're paying them still, giving them a little bit, that just means they could take that excess energy and ship it somewhere else and sell it.
Yeah.
That's how it works.
Yeah. It's just building a better mousetrap, man. It's building devices that work together.
As long as you're not cutting them all off, right?
Do you guys ever think, and no, it's not about like the whole idea of doing something against the government, but it's more of like innovation. What could you do and how could you do it? Like, is it possible? Can you create a system that runs on its own? Not, not necessarily as, like we're against, like letting others make money, but no, can we make these systems in case, war happens, in case something happens, a meteorite strike, like anything, like any catastrophe? Can one be self-sufficient as a backup,
100%.
Yeah. So I don't know.
100%.
Yeah.
I'm going to put together, that's why I want to put together this presentation. For the last while that I've been off YouTube, sure, I've been, working, doing slaving and making rent money and stuff, but big deal. I've also been doing all the other work. And I've been building different, I've been building different devices. I haven't just been working on coils. Let's say you can make something float. Let's say you can get to space. Great. Did you think about your food supply, your water, your air, your sewage, your heat, your all of it? Did you think about that? I've been designing that for the last 10 years.
Yeah.
With the formula. What's that?
Yeah, I was just going to kind of add on to this whole thing that it's not a matter of cutting off the electrical company completely.
No.
But even Joel, legacy. He had a couple of devices where he just basically needed a AC plug that pulled out 12 volts DC at like 30 milliamps, just a trickle amount of power. Yeah. He was able to load up capacitors using very little current and then converting that energy into a lot more power. And basically all you need is seed voltage. If you can trickle seed voltage from the power grid, and that's all you use, you're going to save a ton of money right off your electrical bill right off.
That's one of the base principles of the bigger coils I use. It's just seed voltage. You tickle it, right? Yeah. You get it going and it keeps spinning and you pull off all the excess.
And that's how the old watt-hour meters, one with the disc in it that used to spin, that's how those worked. 120 volts AC at basically less than about a 1 amp. So 120 watts that could power your entire house just by amplifying that seed voltage through very large coils that were at the back of the watt-hour meter.
I can show it to you. It's sitting back there right now. I did the test.
Yeah.
Makes me wonder, man. I did the test. It works. That freaker hums, man. Yep. And then that little aluminum disc starts to go backwards.
Yes.
And then you're generating, and it's like, I got a little freaked out, to be honest with you, because now here's the thing. That means that I don't know how long it would have run. I let it run for 5 minutes and shut it down. Right? I just had a little electric element that I was running from it. 900 watt element.
You power the whole house with that.
Okay, but now think about that for a second. You want to get into the conspiracy part of it. And as a thought experiment, those were on every freaking house in Canada. So now, were we getting supplied the power, or were we supplying the power?
That's right. It was going, because our power grid system, you got every single house, say in Canada, is on these miniature little generators, watt-hour meters on the house. So every single house is all hooked up in series to the entire power grid.
Yeah.
Whatever power is in that power grid actually goes back to the generation station.
Hence the ground.
Hits the ground, goes back to the power station, and then is redistributed out. And as that meter is spinning on your watt-hour meter on the side of the house, that's when they bill you.
Yeah.
It's all a scam.
It is. Totally, 100%.
Yeah.
Look, I don't mind paying my share because I live in a city. We got, all kinds of these things going on. You got roads to fix. You got this. I get it. But when you have to pay 51% of all your wages just for taxes, and then you got to pay another 23% for your hydro, what's left over? Food?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You can't even travel anymore. You can't get out of here, you know what I mean?
That's such horse shit.
In United States, like I was saying, in United States, it's only $60 to go from San Diego to San Francisco by plane, back and forth. Here's like $300 to go from Montreal to Toronto.
So what's that old song? The rich get richer and the poor get poorer, and it's
you know what? It's to the point now where they're so open with the screw job that people can't do anything about it. They feel like they can't. They know what's going on, but nothing's ever done.
But there's something going on behind the scenes that's been waiting for a very specific time such as this. And now that time is coming around, man. Trump knows it.
Yep.
Telling you he knows it, man. He knows because he talked to his uncle. And there's things like I've spoken of in the past that I'm telling you, that he knows a lot more than he's letting on.
Yeah. I think it's in our community, we pretty well know that half these devices that were suppressed in the last 100 years really could have propelled us way further from where we're at right now. right now we're about 120 years behind where we should be.
Yeah.
Oh, I agree.
That's the problem. The problem, like I was saying, the main problem is the damn Nobel Prize. It creates
Nobel on the Nobel Prize. That's what I say. I'm sorry, but go ahead.
but it creates a mainstream mentality, and so it's kind of Einstein said something. So if you wanna do better, then you need to have a double thesis. You need to double what Einstein did.
You know what?
You need to add layers on top of layers on top of layers, and after 100 years, it's a big freaking mess, of patches. It's like patches on top of patches, but nobody wants to admit that Einstein was wrong. So it's
The Nobel Prize lost all credibility when they gave it for a freaking computer.
You know what?
Serious?
You know what? All science, as far as what we work on, that died when Steinmetz died.
I agree.
When Steinmetz died, electrical engineering and real electrical development died the day he died. So we haven't had
and Tesla too. When he died, it started to. I agree 100%.
Yeah, when those two died, that was it. Electrical engineering ceased. The Einsteinians took over, created the whole new narrative. They infiltrated academia, made academia into basically worthlessness.
Well, with E equals MC squared, you're not going to look for anything else. You're just going to be like, well, we can't do it, man. I mean, the law,
Well,
it's like, come on, experiment, blow some shit up.
Yeah, exactly. No,
you know where their problem was? They kept on thinking horizontally versus vertically.
Right.
And that's the truth.
Yeah.
They could, all they cared was just.
Well, they were all working with positive electricity heat. Where we're going exactly the opposite direction. We're going into negative energy.
They know about negative energy, though, Mike. It's just
they know about it. They won't release it.
Well, they won't talk about it. That's the thing, and they'll deny it till they're fucking.
Sure, because you know why? Well, the reason is, and I'll tell you straight up, it's all about the dollar. If this technology came out in academia 120 years ago, guess what? A lot of the funding that they've been able to funnel from the governments.
You mean sucked out of the government?
Sucked out of the government for 120 years. A lot of that research money would have gone bye-bye. And a lot
you know what? I have to agree with Sabina Hosfeld or Hosfeder or whatever her name is. Physics died years ago, and it's just a circle jerk of a bunch of guys promoting each other and women, pardon my expression, promoting each other in order to get a paycheck out of the public.
Exactly. And that's all it is.
And they treat the public like they're freaking morons because they created their own language. But the issue is with that, didn't they try that on an island? What did they call that? The fly with the kids and the thing? You know what I mean? Like, give me a break. You create your own language just in order to keep people in the dark.
Well, it's a religion. It's a religion that is kept everybody in this confined space.
Einstein's their god.
Yeah.
It's a cartel to because innovation goes against getting us in debt. If you innovate, you're gonna improve the economy, you're gonna improve the GDP and so on. But if you don't innovate, we're kind of stuck in a vicious circle. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're easier to control and
guys
get in debt.
I'm just gonna scoot up for a quick smoke. I'll be right back.
Do your thing. I look at it like this. You're absolutely not wrong. It's not all about control. It's about money. It's about, everybody getting their own sort of thing. I just want the truth. Why not give everybody the opportunity to build it on their own, to work their own systems? Half the people aren't going to want to. They're either lazy or they'd much rather just pay somebody else.
because they're millions and billions of dollars. If you do it, like it's gonna cost you like a fraction, like 0.00 of a fraction from what they're making. So it becomes their whole funding thing becomes obsolete. You know, like, oh, if this is could be done, you know, then why are we paying that much for it? You know?
Absolutely. I think academia has turned themselves into gods in a sense, or they tried, and they make the public look like they're a bunch of freaking retards. And they want to keep it that way so that the public doesn't understand that their papers don't mean shit. It's the same crap regurgitated in a different way about somebody else's experiment.
Yeah.
Nothing more, right?
So it's like the string theory. Now the author, after 40 years, kind of figure out the string theory is not going anywhere, you know?
It's a joke.
40 years, it's like, come on, man.
Yeah. But how much funding did he get for it?
I know.
How much recognition? How many papers? How many people got PhDs based on string theory? You know what I mean? It's a joke. It's all based on a lie.
Yeah.
I have issues with it. I'm not saying education's all wrong. I'm saying it needs to be revamped.
Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of smart people. You know, the prodigies. They get their PhDs when they have 14 years old. They're very smart. Don't get me wrong, but we're wasting all this brain power.
They're being misled or told, no, that doesn't work. You can't do that. Or E equals MC squared is like the golden rule. You can't. The laws of conservation of energy, they can't be broken.
Yeah, exactly.
Let me tell you this. Like, I did math my whole life. I'm really good in math.
Yeah.
My kids come and ask me, you know, with help on their math homework. And I, you know, look at it and I solve it for them. And they come back and they say, oh, no, our teacher does not like the way you solved it. We should solve it this way. But if I'm solving it and getting them, you know, the answer, they don't want to teach like a method where it explains it like much easier than how they want to teach it to the students, you know?
Yeah.
Because they don't want them to learn how to learn. They want them to regurgitate things. Nothing more.
Yeah.
That was taught to me by a professor out of the university of where my city's at. He was actually a really good professor. He retired. But he liked to teach people how to learn. He didn't want to teach them how to just spew the crap coming out of the books, right? What good's that? Then if you don't know how to learn and I send you off into the world, what more are you going to do? Nothing. You're going to take what you know and you're going to follow the same line and you're going to trudge it your whole life until you die. Well, what good is that? Aren't we supposed to be creative creatures? Impulsive to a point of like being responsible, but still impulsive in our own creativity. Like, I don't know. I question when it comes to academia and the route that they've taken. It seems like ever since 1951 or even a little bit before that, when the so-called physicists and geniuses of the world figured out all the high-end physics of the word we don't want to use here, right? You know what I mean? The N-word power kind of thing word.
Yeah.
When they figured all that out, they locked down science. That was it. They were done.
Yeah.
They didn't want anybody else playing with anything else. They just started saying the same crap, spewing it over and over again. Oh, well, we figured all that out. We figured all that. No, we're building a machine. Oh, it takes $100 billion, but don't worry. We're going to find a new particle. Oh, no, you can't see it. You got to have a $100 billion machine to see it. But it's there. Don't worry. Take our word for it. We never lie. You know what? I'm sorry, but I'm tainted when it comes to that. Not because I'm this big conspiracy theorist, because I've done the experiments. I built stuff that shouldn't work according to the physics. But if I listened to the physics, I never would have built it. So
yeah, I know.
Well, I have a question. What are you gonna do? Like, just hypothetically, what happens to the masses? Like, okay, there's a select few that really understand like how it works, and there's some that just like don't care beyond a point.
Yeah, I get that.
And so, what do you do with these people that don't care? Like they just want to learn the basics and that's it. I mean, you understand? Like, I don't think academia is wrong for the masses, because a lot of people don't want to go into depth. They don't want to go into advanced sciences. They don't want to go into particle physics. They don't want they don't
Yeah,
understand.
there's just 1% of the population that does things like that. The rest, 99% are doing what you just said.
I know what you mean by that. It's a good point. So
I mean, just like I think you identify yourselves like Gerald, Phil, Mike, Ben, like all of us already, we've like the people know, like what we know. You understand? Like if you have noticed that even in your search engines, things come up in correlation to the topic as new discoveries. So it makes you think like there is something watching and it's pulling different kind of data and putting it in your way because you're interested in a particular topic.
But it's an algorithm, right? Hey,
Yeah.
crypto.
Yes.
Yeah, but
So-
it's an algorithm. So
Yeah.
I get that.
Yeah.
It's techno-communism.
Yeah,
That's what it is.
We'll call it techno-feudalism.
Feudal meaning it's futile to even try.
Techno-feudalism, basically, where one person is the king of their own kingdom, like how Elon Musk is kingdom of or is king over his Twitter.
So I'm techno feudalism because I'm like a legend in my own mind. I'm kidding.
But he's basically the arbiter of what can and can't be said on that platform. He makes the final decisions. It's a feudalist kind of economy.
I get it, but it's his platform. It'd be like, you come into my house for a party and then, you spewing, I don't know, saying you didn't like me because my girlfriend or something, and you're telling everybody at the party, I'm going to ask you to leave. It's my party, right? You know what I mean?
Right, but that's how we would describe
but
the
I
economic
get it.
system of Twitter, basically, as opposed to a more communistic way of forming the company would be if it would be a worker cooperative where the workers would own the means of production. That would be more of a communistic form of company.
I don't know. I'm not allowed on any of those platforms. The powers that ought not be haven't released that. I keep trying. I don't know. They don't want me to interact with the public, I guess.
I quit Twitter a long time ago because people on the left were being censored.
Yeah.
Well, it was the same. What was the author of the guy who wrote Twitter? He was leftist and he was banning right wing peoples. Now it's the opposite. So it's all about politics.
Yeah,
It's
whatever your
judges.
political bend is, whoever the
But
arbiter is of that
eventually-
platform. Like Mark Zuckerberg and Facebook, it was more left leaning.
Yeah, exactly. And now
But that's
that Trump is leading, now he changed his mind. The fact checkers they were banning. I got banned a couple of times, especially in 2020 when I was against the COVID thing, and I was just started connecting on Telegram for all the underground news. I was posting underground
down
news
hard
about
on
Hunter
that.
Biden.
Yeah, they cracked down hard on that on Facebook, and when they first started cracking down on it, the bot was terrible at picking stuff up. So it always pick up stuff that was like inappropriately flagged. Like you would get flagged for something that wasn't
Yeah, it
considered
only
wrong.
followed keywords. That's why.
Yeah, like it didn't understand the context, so you would get flagged, and you'd be like, "What the hell?"
Yeah, I know.
See, generally throughout time, it would go left, and then it would lean right, and then it should balance in the middle eventually.
But the
Yeah,
problem
we
is
should
that-
have a healthy dose of both, all across the political spectrum.
I listen to the left. I don't agree with 90% of the stuff they say. I listen to it though, just like they should listen to me.
But
I'm not all right, but
the problem with the capitalist system is good. It's good because it, the kids playing games, they help improve the GPUs and the graphics boards and all that. It's good.
Yeah, and
but
technological innovation is definitely
but-
something that we saw.
AI is
the problem with the capitalist system is if there's a monopoly like Microsoft or the pharmaceutical or the oil industry, then they're gonna start killing people to maintain their power.
Well, for one man to be rich, many must be poor. That's a fact.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why there are monopoly rules, but they're not applied. What did we do against the pharmaceutical that forced most of us to get vaccinated? We didn't
What
do
was
anything.
it they did in France when they took all of their money and that Maria went, let them eat cake? Didn't they like entrail them or something like that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Do you guys know what entrailing is?
Not
Can I
really.
say it, Mike?
Okay.
Okay, so this is back in history. This is history.
Mary Antoinette.
Thank you.
Oh yeah.
I believe it was her husband that they did it to, and it's this graphic. So if you have any children, take them out of the room. What they did is they hung him over out of the window. I think it was 2 or 3 stories up, but they had cut his stomach open, pulled his intestines out, and tied like a rock around it, and just let it slowly reach the ground. It's called entrailing.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
that's brutal.
That's from France. That's what the people did to their king and queen, and back in the day when there was a revolt. We don't want a revolt. We want to vote, not a revolt.
Yeah.
Just being
But
clear.
yeah.
Get that clear.
Yeah, but that's all I want to say. That the capitalist system is okay, but it's not okay when there's a monopoly in charge and things like that. That's all I want to say. And you need open source too.
It's healthy to some degree. It's healthy. I agree with you 100% on that.
Yeah. And we need open source. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm sharing my whatever I found during the week for free. Because I want things to move forward. I'm tired of being stuck in the same vicious circle.
Yeah.
And I think our economy could do with a healthy dose of both, capitalist organized businesses and worker cooperatives, where the workers
Exactly.
own the means of production and they get to decide. So it would balance off, the power dynamic a little bit.
Exactly.
So
and the same thing with Linux. Linux forces Windows to improve. If it wasn't from Linux, then we would still be using Windows 3.1,
Ubuntu. Or Ubuntu.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm gonna release 90% of my stuff for open source. The motor, all the other stuff I've been building, but the coils, half of them I'll release, all the tutorials and everything. Some of them I have to be responsible with and can't, just for safety purposes.
Yeah.
Right? Like I gotta be responsible. I'm not trying to hurt anyone, right?
Yeah, one thing I wanted to share tonight, we were talking about it before the show, methods of creating graphene. And the one easy one that I'm going to actually try is to get a flask. It'll be half acetone, half deionized water, and about 2 scoops of pure graphite into the bottom of the thing. And then you put it in an ultrasonic bath for about 24 hours. You get graphene.
Get out of here. Really? I got one of the strongest ultrasonic bass you can buy.
Okay. So what you do is you buy the pure graphite, get the
I got 305 graphite or whatever it is.
305 or 600. If you get 600, even better. Then you put that in the jar with half acetone and half deionized water. Put it in the ultrasonic cleaner for about 24 hours.
I like
it. Mine's a genius.
Do you cap it?
What's that?
Do you cap the tube?
What do you mean? Sorry.
You're gonna put it in the little, like, you're talking about, like, that little thing that vibrates where, like,
the ultrasonic cleaner. Yeah.
Okay.
The ball bath?
Like the one they use for jewelry, right? That thing.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. You can buy bigger ones. So you can buy bigger ones.
Yeah, I got a big one. It's made for car parts.
So you're gonna get the tube. You're gonna put acetone. Then you're gonna put deionized water.
Yeah, and then a couple of scoops of graphite in there.
Okay, either 300 and something.
I recommend 600 mesh.
Yeah, it's 300 is all I have, but
you can do it. You can do it. It would take
So do you
longer to
cap
break
that
down.
at the end?
You don't need to cap it. No, you don't have to cap it. Nope. Just put it in, turn it on, and let it go for about 24 hours.
So you're gonna come out with a slurry that's graphene.
Graphene, because what the ultrasound does, the graphite, just picture my two hands. What it's going to do, the ultrasonic will actually start peeling the layer off by layer.
Oh, that's beautiful.
And then
I
it'll
know
be a
exactly
sludge.
what you're talking about.
And then after that, you're going to have to put it through several filters so you get all the acetone out, what's left in the deionized water, till you get a sludge. And that sludge is pure graphene. Now you can paint that on surfaces and have a pliable, put it on plastic or put it on paper or whatever, and you got a conductive layer of graphene.
I like it.
Or even better, you can put it into an airbrush and you can airbrush your surfaces to like nanometers.
Really?
Within
I've been wanting to do that with something else. I'm going to talk to you later. Yeah, that's airbrushing.
Like paint that? Can you like paint?
Yes, you can. Yes, you
can. I was told something a long time ago before anybody came up with the whole aluminum bismuth thing, that you can build up a skin in layers, and it's the it would come out like paint, so you'd paint layers.
Yep.
But what you use in those layers will define how you can resonate that skin.
That's right. Yep.
Something I want to try. Always wanted to try.
Yeah. So now that you can make graphene fairly easy at home, just all you need is an ultrasonic cleaner, some acetone, and some deionized water, and a couple of scoops of graphite. So even though that you do it, say, for 24 hours, say you want it even better, put it on for another 24 hours. It'll just make that separation of graphite even more.
Sorry.
Yeah. But at that point, you will have such a good conductivity. The cells that I've been working on, guess what my internal resistance of my cells are?
No clue.
Less than 1 ohm. So So basically, when I do current measurements on my cells, I use the mathematical Ohm's law. So I take the resistance, whatever the resistance is, times that by the voltage, it gives you your amps.
Okay, so is that the voltage that you're seeing in the?
Yeah, my pulses, right. So when I put it up, right, I got less than 1 ohm resistance.
Yeah.
My cells are pulsing. The highest pulse that I got was 137 amps. Off the charts.
Okay, so I'm not gonna lie to you. I didn't believe, because I took Ohm's law and applied it to some of the coils, and because I got an LC meter and I was doing all kinds of measurements, and I didn't believe what I saw. But you can kind of help me with this. So at 0.000 ohms and 600 volts coming out, according to what I got there, it's like 50,000 watts or some crazy number or something like that.
Wow.
I could actually do the math.
Yeah. Like my cells, when I hook it, I do the, my readings on the cells, I'm averaging 15 to 20 amps per pulse.
Okay, so I got 608 volts on one coil that was okay, so what you got to divide it by the ohms in the coil, right?
Whatever the resistance is times that by the voltage. That would
Okay, so 0.03.
Yeah.
And according to this, I had 20,000 amps in there.
Yeah. That's
Amps.
off the charts.
Is it divided or multiplied?
Multiplied.
It's multiplied?
Yeah.
So wait. So it's
so your resistance, right? You take your resistance and your voltage. So whatever your resistance is, so sake of argument, say it's 1, right? 1
okay.
ohm. If you have 160, so 1 times 1.6, that's 1.6 amps.
Okay. So I had 603 volts, and the coil's resistance is 0.03.
0.03. Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me work this out. 600 volts.
Yeah. See if you're getting the same number I am. I got 20,100.
So 600 volts, and you times that by 0.3 ohms, it's 18 amps.
No, 0.03 ohms.
Yeah, 0.03 ohms times 600 is 18 amps.
Oh, it's times. That's where I'm getting it wrong there.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's good to know.
Yeah, but still, so 600 volts times 18 amps is how much? So.
Oh, yeah, I never thought of that, right?
Times 600 volts times 18 amps, that's 10,800 watts. That's how many watts.
So how do I calculate something that has 0 ohms resistance in it?
How do you calculate it? Well, you take your ohm meter, right?
Yeah.
So when I do between my anode and cathode, I'm getting beeping. I'm not getting a reading on the ohms.
Yeah, I get beeping in all zeros.
Yeah, exactly. So for a reading, because according to Ohm's law, that's basically impossible. That's superconductor.
Yeah.
You've got a superconductor.
Yeah.
So what I'm showing with my cells is I got a superconductor battery because there is no resistance. So
I don't doubt it at all, Mike. I don't doubt it at all. You're the chemistry guy.
So it all has to do with the grade of graphite that you're using and what you're using for your anode and cathode. If you got like almost 0 resistance in your battery, okay, whatever the battery voltage is, that's what the amps are. Right?
Okay.
So now all you have to do is set up a whole whack of those same batteries in series. So say you got 25 volts, you got 25 amps. Right?
I get that. I totally get that.
Yeah.
I don't get how.
So say you got 25 volts and times that by 25 amps, that's 625 watts.
And that's at 0 ohms?
That's at 0 ohms.
Damn.
Yeah.
So I was pulling like 590 volts out of that coil that has 0 ohms.
Well, basically what you're looking at is basically over unity. It's surge power, exactly what John said. It's surge power. So every time I pulse my cell, I'm getting these bursts of 15, 16 amps at a time. So I did an experiment the other day with this capacitor bank. Hold on. Can you see it?
Yeah.
It's 16 volts at 500 farad. I can charge.
Can you hold it a little bit closer to the camera? Oh.
Hey, it just disappeared. There it is.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. Oh, cool.
You get them on Amazon. So it's 16 volts at 500 farad. I can charge this up with those cells because I'm pulsing such a high current into it.
Yeah, I filled a 75 volt 10,000 UF capacitor today like that. And that was on the back end of my circuit of a little coil I was testing.
Yeah.
Crazy. So isn't it for every 30 microfarad it's an amp? Isn't that how?
Well, a capacitor will do 100% discharge in 1 second. So
yeah, which is the
that it's just pure 100% out. It's out. So say you had 120 volts in a cap, and you discharge it right away, you could weld with it.
Yeah,
you got 100% high voltage coming
absolutely,
out, a lot of current, and you got a lot of current behind it. So that's why super caps can be lethal if you're not careful.
Regular caps can be lethal. Shit.
Sure. Exactly. Because second you basically close the circuit, boom, you got power right there.
Yeah.
What about the electric welders, the little ones? Like they sell them on Amazon.
Yep.
Like
they load up.
Okay.
Yeah, it works on the same principle. It's releasing a lot of voltage, basically closing the circuit of a large capacitor bank, and all that energy stored up in the caps are going to get released instantaneously.
I tried that Gerard Morin generator going to a microwave transformer, and it didn't weld. I don't know if I'm missing something or not. There was no capacitors in it. It was directly from the Gerard Morin washer pump to the high voltage side, step down to the low voltage.
Yeah, you got to put in capacitors. That's the only way you're going to get the current. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll try that.
Just a complete cap dump.
That's the way you're cap dumping through the transformer, through the microwave transformer.
Yeah. So
makes sense.
But be very careful.
What is the difference between a cell and a battery?
The cell makes a battery. So several cells stacked up make a battery.
Okay.
Got it? So say like a lead acid car battery that you have, it has about 12 cells inside that make that one battery.
Okay. So it's a unit of measurements to equal something called okay, got it.
Yeah. More plates you have, that basically classifies each as a cell. All together as one, that's a battery. Yeah. So I'm creating individual cells, stacking them into a battery. So because the materials that I'm using, I basically got literally 0 ohms resistance. Whatever voltage I'm done with in the end, that's what your amps are. Which is in battery tech, that's kind of unheard of, right? Yeah. It can be done, but the internal resistance of most batteries are quite a bit higher than what I'm getting.
Yeah, that's pretty remarkable.
And it's because most of the technology I work with is all pulsed energy. That's how we use these power cells, is pulsed. You're punching it, right?
Yeah, that's just how we roll.
Yep. That's the most efficient way to run.
Phil looked like he was falling asleep. I had to wake him up. Sorry.
But yeah,
I need some coffee myself.
Coming along. Yeah, I gotta watch how much sugar I take right now. I gotta go for a blood test in the morning. So.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
I hate those.
Yeah, I'm due for a physical, right? So
You gotta fast all night. Yeah.
yeah. Well, I'm gonna get it done first thing in the morning at 7, so I'm not eating anything anymore until I
Then go for a big breakfast after.
Oh, that's nice.
What I would do, yeah.
Yeah, I want to be there at 7 a.m. sharp, get it done, then I could come home and pig out.
Absolutely. I have my pyramid's almost done and I ran out of sodium silicate. I have to order more.
Yeah.
To finish the blocks.
Oh, you're making pyramids?
I'm making a geopolymer pyramid that once I turn on, my theory is correct. The bricks are going to go and then it's going to start operating. Remember what we said about high voltage and water. What if the pyramids were designed partially to pull the water out of the air in that desert, and then it would literally fill up
the
aquifer below it, and as it was filling up, it's hitting, and it's making the River Nile. Maybe that's why the River Nile was in front of the pyramid.
Gerald, be honest. You're building a pyramid, aren't you?
I am.
I knew it. His house is just slowly turning into a giant pyramid generator.
I could just see Gerald's wife in the backyard looking at him going,
oh, the looks I get now is just insane. I'm telling you. She even seen it. She's like, oh, I don't want to know.
What are you doing now?
Yeah. Gonna put it on top of the roof.
Yeah, really. I don't make it look too obvious.
Yeah, just a little. When my backyard starts flooding, I'll know.
Yeah, he's like the Griswolds.
Christmas lights and shit going on everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, it's cool. It's funny. It's funny. All this tech is kind of like, all the different areas. They all seem to be merging, right?
Okay. I wanted to say something about that. Why do you think that is?
All the tech is merging.
It's all based on the same principles.
It is. You're absolutely right. But why is it now, this time in history, that all the scientists are starting to figure it out?
Because they can't hide it no more. People like us are coming out.
Yeah, the bullshit. People are tired of the bullshit, and so people are taking. We do with the open source development movement. We're taking risks and we're discovering new stuff.
It's almost like a pressure, like something, like everybody can feel it and everybody knows.
Yeah.
It's like something's about to happen. Somebody's pulling everything out of the freaking bag.
Yeah.
Trying to get it going because we don't know what's going to occur after. Right?
Exactly.
Yeah. There's some crazy stuff that's been predicted, man. I hope none of it comes true. If it does,
I think it's like what is it? Lejuk says it's like a consciousness thing that's everybody's coming understanding all together. Like we're starting to figure it out together. There's so many people working on this stuff.
The core of the earth deformed too, eh? Did you guys hear about that?
Yeah, well, magnetic north has moved.
Yeah, and the New Madrid woke up. It's been popping off like no tomorrow when it comes to earthquakes. Cali just had one today. So did
Alberta, Vancouver. Yeah,
had a 5.1. Yeah. So things are heating up, right? And then you guys know about Stromboli and what's going on in Italy?
I heard something about it briefly.
That sucker's getting ready to go. And if it pops off, it's going to take out Rome. If it does, I'm going to make a prediction right now. We're getting into the woo, people, okay? Don't take me seriously. So my prediction is, if Rome goes, they're going to pull digital ID out for the whole world.
Digital ID, yeah, they're already in the process for that.
Well, see, here's the thing. They've been working on the process for a long time, but they have no reason to pull it out, except for if Rome goes, everybody's going to finally understand that your social security number and Canada's social insurance number are all directly held in the Vatican, in Rome.
Oh, yeah.
Why? Because they control the identity of every man, woman, and child on the planet. Nobody wants to believe that. They think it resides in their own government. It doesn't. I don't have a number classified at the Vatican. That's why I've had a hard time getting certain things in life, because they don't want me to have it. I'm a sovereign citizen. Not by wanting to be. My grandma screwed that up. But hey, whatever, it is what it is, right?
Yeah.
What's coming, and I hope it doesn't come. I really do. Conspiracy, we're in the womb, okay? It's all bull. If it comes, you guys got to come up to Canada and people in the States, and we'll do what we can to help you. Because I'm telling you, shit's going to get crazy.
Gerald, do you want a crazy idea?
Yeah, I want some more woo.
All right, listen to this. You're a sovereign citizen, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so a sovereign citizen has the right to claim unclaimed land and create a country. Okay?
Yep.
There is an unclaimed region in Africa. It overlooks, it's like it's a dead zone. No country wants it because there's a dispute, so it's unclaimed. Nobody wants to put their name on it. And
Yeah.
there's a history to it. This area is rock formations. We don't know what kind of rock formations, but could be quartz. It could be like, you don't know what's underneath this land. Okay.
I got you.
By UN law, if we claim the land, we submit for that. We have to get aid from other countries because we're a minority country. So they will give us money to extract the minerals off of this section that they don't want. And we have pretty much everything, like, you understand, like
I do.
the power that you have when you're a sovereign citizen, and then you can hire your friends, and, yeah, and so forth.
But the problem is you actually have to apply at the UN and go through all that fandangle to get her done. And
Let's go to I want to move to the Gerald's Nation.
there you go.
Gerald Nation. Yeah.
Gerald's Nation. Yeah. I was thinking of calling it something else, but no, we'll go with that one. Yeah.
Gerald's Funland.
That's right. Water slides everywhere.
Yeah.
Love to build a floating water slide.
Gerald's Canada's Wonderland.
They were going to build a really big water park in Manitoba a year or two ago, maybe a little longer. They kiboshed it. We need a Wonderland in Canada. Not in Toronto, not in BC, somewhere.
Well, we have one here.
Or in
Schmuck World.
Yeah, we have a Wonderland here in Toronto. So.
Yeah, I know. I've heard about it. Never been there.
Yeah, I've been there many times.
Not I. Actually, Canada's the only place I can still travel. So.
You're on a no fly list.
Well, you got no ID. You cross the border and you get caught over there, right?
Yeah.
Then what?
Illegal alien.
Yeah, and I don't want that hassle. They don't want that hassle either.
Yeah, Trump will send you out.
Yeah. No, I don't think Trump would like me.
Okay. Going back to science, what's a Josephson junction?
It's like when an electron tunnels through a barrier of my brain just farted. I'm absolutely sorry, but it's basically a tunneling of an electron through a
you're
barrier.
you're talking about quantum tunneling.
Yeah, Josephson junction.
Yeah, quantum tunneling. So what basically happens is the electron goes through a barrier, but there's no means of it to actually get from point A to point B. But for some reason, that electron can get through that barrier.
Kind of like when my pickup coils pick up energy on the outside of the coil, and that's not supposed to be like that. So that would be considered a form of Josephson.
I don't think that's probabilistic. I think that's 100% predictable, and it depends on the phase of the electron or something like that. If the phase is at a certain state, and then the wall is at the other state, then the
Oh yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
So
like there's
you can predict it through the phase shift itself.
Exactly.
Yeah, I get that. But it would still be considered a Josephson junction.
Yeah, I'm just saying that it's not probabilistic. All that stuff is predictable. I wrote a simulator to simulate quarks and everything, and electrons around an atom, and you don't need probabilities. Everything is perfectly predictable. So for that, I am for Einstein. Einstein didn't like the probabilities of quantum physics. So I'm on Einstein's side for that, but everything is predictable.
I'm on his side for potatoes. I like French fries. He was a potato farmer. So what was he? What was he you were gonna say, Lulu? I'm sorry.
Stop talking about that. I'm hungry now. I just ate and I'm so hungry.
You need a poutine.
Exactly.
But if you look at quantum tunneling, that is 0-point energy because the electron has no means of being propelled through that medium, but it does.
But that's because the energy it's like a photon is being converted into kinetic energy.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. So now, where is that energy coming from? So, electric field, or it could be from the 0-point fluctuation. That pressure, the same thing you would get in the Casimir effect, right?
Yep.
So you got
the Casimir effect would bring the pressure, but yeah,
that's right. So the Casimir effect is applying pressure on that electron, and it actually gives it enough pressure that it can make it through that median where you would think it couldn't get through, but it does. So
I'm going to clarify something for everybody, including the PhDs out there that don't believe me. The ether itself is not plasma. Plasma is just a vehicle. Ether is in between the plasma. So it'd be like copper, then you get your plasmatic skin effect form around the copper, then you get your ether, then you get your skin effect plasmatic form around the other copper. So it's like a sound.
It's a layer of virtual particles.
And you need the two to make the one happen. You cannot have ether without two forms of plasma surrounding it. How do you contain it?
Do you want to go deeper into that thought? Like, what about DNA strands? What nothing connects them. It's empty space.
I've stayed away from DNA for a very specific reason, Lulu, but you're very smart. I like how you picked up on that. There's a very specific form of a vortex that could recombinate your DNA, and I'll leave it at that. It's just woo speculation. Nobody can do stuff like that. What do you mean? Just saying that for the sake of the channel. But do you know what I mean by that? Because if you think of the way that a DNA strand is, it's a form of stairs.
Right. And
And
it's
other
there's
people
always
talk,
a twist.
yeah, and other people talk about a third strand of DNA. Are you sure it's a third strand of DNA? Or is it just some form of a structural mechanism of ether holding your DNA together? But that's speculation. You know, saying. I don't know. I guess the future will tell, right?
Yeah. Well, all this stuff is coming out. People are figuring it out. You know, I think everybody has lost
I think
confidence
it's
in
because there's
academia.
a big. I think it's because our planet's about to shift. We all feel it. We all know it. We don't want to say it. We don't want to admit it to ourselves, but we're going to go through it.
The elites are not going to be able to withhold the bullshit for too long anymore. Yeah. Things are going to shift.
They won't be able to. They won't be able to at all. But there's so much more that they keep from the public and everybody. Like the reason why gold is so sought after and why it's so expensive has nothing to do with monetary value. Gold is the thing that allows your bloodstream to become superconductive through turning it into mifkit, mana, white powder, philosopher's stone, call it what you will. There's a certain mixture between gold, silver, and another part that when you put it together in monatomic elements becomes mana. And what did the Israelites live on for 40 years in the desert? Mana. They had no food other than the sheep and stuff that they had. You're not going to live on just meat alone, not for 40 years. So I don't know, man. It's interesting.
Do you think that the desert had gold? And so when they, the caravans, let's say, moved, the dust went up and, because you're saying monatomic gold, or when sandstorms happen,
Remember in the Old Testament, it's written that when Moses came down off the mountain from getting the 10 Commandments, all the people had made a golden calf. So what did he do? He broke it apart and he fed it to them. It's written that he fed it to them. But everybody thinks, oh, that's a misprint or something. No. He turned it into monatomic gold, to mana, and he fed it to the Israelites. Remember, he was a high priest. He was taught under the Pharaoh himself. And the Pharaoh was part of the king's list. How long did he live? 10,000 years, 20,000 years? Eating what? Mifkit. And how did he know about Mifkit? It was passed on from his father, who was Pharaoh. And because Moses was supposed to be in that bloodline, he was taught everything. Just saying, gold, there's a lot more to it than they want us to know. Crypto plays with that stuff. I don't think he's at the stage where we're talking Mifkit and mana, but it's an interesting concept on how it's a high energy particle that allows your body to withstand nutrients at almost an NuClear level. I don't want to say it, you know what I mean? But yeah, it's incredibly insane and awesome at the same time. So crypto, hurry up, make it.
Yeah.
That theory complements a lot of ancient stories that, Nibiru, and they needed monatomic gold to fix their atmosphere and stuff like that. Like, the ancient Druids. So it kind of, it makes sense,
Yeah, their atmosphere of what planet? Mars?
Whatever, whatever they want to call it. But there's some truth to that,
Yeah, no, I agree with you 100%. The gold is a very specific thing. I think that's how our DNA was manipulated. Mankind stopped eating Mifkit and mana, and we weren't able to transcend the time displacement that they were able to transcend. Therefore, we started reducing in years of life. Like Moses lived to 975 years, and then there was one after that. His son, I think Shem, was like 600 years, and then Shem's son was like 450. We got down to the reduction of where we are now, which is like 120 years, right? So What if there was a way for that to change? Just saying. It's an interesting concept, right? If you couple the pyramid's ability to produce water or pull water out of the air in the desert, and it's structured negative, and it's literally creating the River Nile right in front of it, and that's negatively structured water, all the food around there would grow 3 times as fast. The water you drank would complement the mifkit you ate. And the time dilation created by the pyramids would give you the ability to pause aging. Just a theory. Take it with a cup of salt or a whole truck, whatever. You know, I'm just saying from my
a lot of connections, a lot of interesting connections, and all the stuff we work on. All stems back to negative energy.
Yep.
But what you call negative energy? Is it what Nathan calls hot and cold energies?
Right. It's all cold. It's all cold.
Sort of. Yeah, it's cold energy.
Okay.
You could equate hot energy with magnetic and cold energy with just strictly potentials. But that's just the thing. That's what I work with is strictly potentials. I create current by the flow of all the different potentials in the system itself, right? Anybody can do it. That's why I think Don Smith was using a neon sign transformer. It was like 6,000 volts. That's an amazing amount of potential. All he's got to do is transfer that through a capacitor bank and pull the energy out of that.
Yeah.
Laughing.
Yeah.
It would make
all
sense.
the same principle. What's that?
It would make sense that the pyramids had the limestone casing. And
that's your capacitor. That's your capacitor.
So if the pyramid vibrated from the inside, that would create a resonance on the limestone with the atmosphere, could create the water, and then it cascades down, creating
absolutely.
It's also the water hammer.
Back to the pyramid and so forth.
Yeah, it's dynamic. The whole system runs itself.
Yeah.
Once it started. Yeah, it's also a water hammer. Because that water coming down on the inside, hitting that big piezoelectric crystal that's in the aquifer, it's creating thousands of volts, right?
Yep.
Amazing. It's amazing. When this thing's done, if it operates the way I believe it is, I'll show you guys 100%.
Yeah.
And it's just like the Pyramid of Giza. That's what it's structured after. And the theory that I have that goes along with it. So we'll see. Who knows? Maybe I'll get shut in the ass. Oh, maybe not. Hopefully not, anyway.
Hey, before the show ends, remember earlier this month I was challenging all the PhDs and everything to come to your show and let's debate, let's do a face-off. And you remember I said that?
Yeah.
I know they're watching, and I know they're watching. So, but I haven't seen anybody yet. They all scared. They all chicken.
They don't want to debate somebody like me or even you guys, because if in their mind we pulled a rabbit out of the hat and made them look stupid even once, their egos would crumble and they'd go to the corner and cry. Woo! My PhD! Give me a break, man. I'm so sick of hearing that.
I know.
I don't tout stuff that I did in the past over people's heads. You know what I mean? There's so many things I could. It's just not right to do that. So why would you be like, well, why would you listen to that guy? He doesn't have a PhD. Well, I got an MP3, right? Isn't that good enough? I don't know. All these PhDs, they're funny. Without them, I'd have nobody to make fun of. And I do it in kind jest. There's no hatred. You know what I mean?
Yeah. All it is just like the pharma or the energy company, all they're doing is this research that's basically a cat chasing its tail and never being able to catch the tail.
It's just to drain the public out of its money.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all it is.
Yeah.
It's an institution.
Yeah, that's all it is. I don't want to step on pharmaceuticals balls, but man, the stuff that's out there.
That's interesting what you said, talking about balls. It's interesting what you said about Justin Trudeau earlier.
Yeah, he's got none. I mean, he's a soy boy. I mean, Justina. We're talking about Justina here. Come on.
Trudeau Castro.
Yeah. That's how I spell his name. True, True, Dough, Dough. For his metabolism.
Yeah. Justin Castro.
Justina Castro. That's awesome.
Justina Castro.
The crime minister himself.
The crime minister. There we go.
Right? Oh, shit. It's funny.
Well, we're at the top of the hour. I would do overtime, but I have to be up early tomorrow. I have to go get some blood work done. But anyways, great conversation. Chat was awesome. Thanks, chat, for all your messages tonight. That was awesome. And we go live to air again next Friday at 9 p.m. Eastern. Don't forget to check out Ben's channel. Don't forget to check out Philip's channel. And, of course, myself at Faraday Research. Got all the videos, got the members section. I got my Patreon. I got a PayPal donate if you like what we're doing. Help support the channel. And, yeah, we'll be bringing great shows like this for a long time. And thanks, Lulu. Thanks, Philip. Gerald, Ben.
Yep.
Awesome show.
You guys can go check out my channel too. I'm going to dump a bunch of videos right away on the ether and scalar and what it really is and how it actually
put your link there in the live chat, Gerald, before we sign off. And then everybody put your channel addresses there. And then
there's a presentation I'm gonna do. I posted the link in the chat, the private chat.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do a presentation next week about C++ superset with the best developers in the world, and you're welcome to check it out. It's the 27th.
The 27th.
Yeah.
And where is it? Like it's on YouTube or it's
gonna be online.
Yeah.
So
I got the link there.
Yeah.
Awesome. I'll check it out. Definitely. I'll record it or download it or whatever.
Well, I'll record it myself. I'm not sure if you need to register to attend, but if you do, I'll record it privately and I'll send it to you the day after.
Yeah, that'd be sweet.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Love to see it.
Cool.
Yeah, the way you guys man, you guys are all awesome on this team. Lulu, you're great. I love the questions. You're intelligent. It blows my mind.
Yeah, she's smart.
Yeah. Sits in the corner all quiet and then comes up with a golden nugget. And it's like, blowing my mind. Anyway, you guys, you're awesome. This whole team and everybody in the comment section. Make sure you come back next Friday. Don't know if I'll be here. I'm one of those guys, like, one shot.
You're like Batman.
Of course I can't get camera, but
like Batman.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's a good show.
All right, guys, have a great night. Gerald, stay on, please. I got to talk to you. And yeah, we'll